go again, people. Let's go for the big debate. Do a bit of rump shaker first.
Shaking now, shaking. She can spend every birthday butt naked. Body is soft, making me wanna squish her. More chest in the game, a rumper like a subwoofer. Shake it to the left, shake it to the right. I don't mind sticking it to her every single night. Come on, pass the boom boom, send it to Papa. Shake it, baby, shake it, don't stop her. Let me see you do the booty hop, and now make the booty stop. Now drop and do the booty walk. The way you're shaking your grills really kills. It's making brothers up a whole lot of bills. But I ain't into tricking, just the treating, and I ain't into treating every trick that I'm eating. Nah. Yeah, shake it, baby, shake it now, shake it like that. All I wanna do is on my zoom, and a boom, boom. Just shake it right. All I wanna do is on my zoom, and a boom, boom. Just shake it right. All I wanna do is on my zoom, and a boom, boom. Just shake it right. All I wanna do is on my zoom, and a boom, boom. Just shake it right. Break it down. Just shake it right. W&E is in effect. All I wanna do is on my zoom.
Tell you what, you get a bit more professional there, like with the way them songs ended. We'll get there in the end, though. Lou Don, still at work. Busy night ahead for Louise. She'll be in and out, I would imagine. Well, Ginge, you might like this one, mate. We need to get on this one at some point today. So what the ideas behind this? Everyone smokes weed, don't they? Everyone. If you watch these lads, you'll see that I dabble. Now and again, have a little dabble. Yes, nutter. What you doing, matey? Not to you, another one, mate. You like a spliff or two. No wrong with that. In my eyes, nothing wrong with it. But there's that many opinions on it, isn't there? And that many reasons behind the opinions and the legal side of it. No, there's so many things to discuss. So I will need some help today. I have my opinions on it, but I haven't had no bad experience with it, or I don't know anyone personally. I know plenty of people who smoke a lot of it. I know them well, and I'll don't know. We'll just hopefully, might be a bit of a slow start, but it's a topic open to everyone. So if we haven't got 500 in this chat within half an hour, they must just not like us, you know. Pick up Gingy is. Yes, I will need a bit of help tonight, so don't be shy, people. If you want to jump on, when we get, because I forget to put the link out now. I know some of the mods can do it. I think no, you're still a mod. You're a mod, aren't you? When I'm a tablet, yeah, you know, I can't. Everyone's just the same colour, so I can't see who's got a spanner. But yeah, I'm sure you wouldn't know. If anyone want to put the link out randomly, we'll just go from there. In no rush. I've got a good few hours, so I've got some videos, funny, got some serious ones, all with different, looking at smoking weed from a different view, you know, humorous. And when the time's right, I'll play them and we can react to them. But it's all about, today, it's all about getting people on, really, and telling us what they're thinking. We'll just go from there. How are you doing, Miss TT? Do we know them? God, I hate it when I don't know who they are. Tim Smith. Respect. Big up yourself. Big up, Al. How you doing, Al? What's happening, brother? Hope be good there, man. You and Merlin and Marvin. Getting busy now at the old Flamingo Land. Let's stick this camera on. Here we go. That's what we've got here. We've got the I don't know. I did see a comment a few weeks ago by an old friend on here who said, I wasn't in the chat, but I seen the comment. It said the moon's hat's too tight or too small for him. I don't know. Like, I've gone for the hat and the black snazzy glasses because I can't find the pink one. I can't find the pink ones. Like, plus also I realised I don't watch all of these back. Big up, Dan, mate. How you doing, son? Yes, brother. Respect. Already I forgot what I was going to say about that. How bad it is. Shit. So you'll have to bear with us today. What was that about your glasses, wasn't it? So oh yeah, that was it. So I don't really look back. If I watch a live back, it's mainly to look at the chat because I miss a lot of it. If I have someone on the panel, I miss a lot of the chat. It's funny. Or Louise will say, "Oh, did you see that?" And I'll say, "No." And I'll look back. But what I did notice, especially when you're watching it back on the TV, right, on a big screen, just don't realise how close my face was to the camera. It's like, Jesus Christ, you can see my nose hairs and everything. So I'm trying to say, it's this tablet. I'm trying to sit like back a little bit away from the camera. When you're looking at a screen, as a host, when you're looking at the screen, you don't look that big. But I don't want everyone to see all my wrinkles and everything. What's happening anyway, Dan? I've seen you for a while, matey. Oh, get ready for holidays. I was talking to somebody at work last night who's going to Ibiza next week. It's like, yeah, mate. For one, I think going on holiday, you must have some dollar, you like. So you taking all the kids and that as well, mate. Jesus. Even doesn't matter where you go either, it doesn't matter whether you're going abroad or even at home. You're not going to get any change out of 1,500 quid for 2 adults, are you? Never mind kids. It's got to be all inclusive as well. Like, it's all inclusive is the way forward. Never watch any of them back, Tim. No. But Louise does. Like, Louise did a little live the other day, and I think there was a few people in. Tim jumped on. She's absolutely shitting herself, like, but it was only on for 25 minutes. But she came out when I finished. We listened to it back, and I can't be. Not word for word, anyway. She might not be happy I told you that, but it doesn't matter, does it? What else we got? Oh, you're going to Turkey. Next one. Never been. Look at that, 4 bags. 4 bags. 1 5-star for 4 bags, mate. You'll come back a stone heavier, brother. All the kids, you won't be able to recognise them. Like, they'll come back. None of the clothes will fit them. The Mafia of Cumbria. Sean Gregg's picture there. I don't know if it's Sean Gregg. What do we reckon? If it is, big up Sean and the pink lady there. If it isn't, fair play. Fair play, man. The Mafia of Cumbria. London King. Alcohol is a big killer. Plus 15 strangers. This is what I mean, mate. This is exactly what I'm on about. But on YouTube, especially this side of YouTube, I'd say more people smoke it and on the positive side than on the negative side. People who don't smoke it, I don't know. Like I say, when we get warmed up, the questions start, and I don't know, like, could get a little bit heated as well, man. I'm not bothered. Just like let it roll, you know what I mean? Funny, I was like, that's an old photo, that, like, for me. That's before you lost about 15 stone in it, Sean. Eric, Sean, Greg. Oh, did you see, Tim, did you see Nostog's community post where Leeds let him down for his bet? I didn't know how much he's lost or how much he would have won, but Leeds let him down. So you were getting the blame for it, bro. Yeah, it gives you your sanity. Yeah. So I'll start you off. Me with weed, my experience of weed, well, not even weed, right? Because back in when I was 16, 17 and started smoking and that, you didn't get weed. There was no grass, was like skunk, and it was, you only got it if like it it was very rare that you got green bush or weed or whatever. It was tack, resin. And it was just like, it was just a few puffs every now and again on a night behind the shops or whatever. And just made you feel sick and that, you know what I mean? That was my experience of it. I don't think I actually, I think it was probably in my late 20s, no, mid 20s when I started going out, like drinking and socializing, probably on the weekend and going partying and whatever. And you get back to a party and someone always skinning up on the, and that was the first time I think I started to like appreciate it. But I've never been one, never always got it in the house or anything like that. I take it or leave it. But for me, well, here's an example. Say last night, I wrote a big A4 list out of all the things I have to do today, Wednesday, yeah? Say 10 things on there, and they included leaving the house, going to the shops, the post office, or whatever. Driving, might have to drive somewhere. So I can go to bed on the night with this big list and all these great intentions of this busy day I'm going to have. If I got up this morning, right, and I had half a joint on the side from the night before or something, if I smoked that half a joint, you might as well just get that bit of paper, scrumple it up, or set fire to it, or shot it in the bin, because none of that's getting done. None of that's getting done, mate. Like, it's all out the window. I'll end up laid back on the bed, or at least for the next few hours, off half a joint. Sorry if I missed the chat, but you know what I'm saying? But I know loads of people on here, they can't do anything until they've had a joint on the morning. Like, to me, it's like, it's funny. It might be funny to a lot of people who laugh about it, but you can see the difference though, like. And I don't know what stage of, like, how long you've been smoking for. does it take you to get to that where you need to have a joint on the morning before you can actually do anything? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, yeah. It's just the way it is. I'm not judging anybody, yeah, but so you got that side of it, yeah. And then you've got the like the medical side of it, yeah. Like, but the medical side, it's different, isn't it? Because it's the THC thing, isn't it, or the CBD? It's not the smoking bit. Government's never going to say give you a spliff for your bad back, are they? You know what I mean? But there's all that side of it as well. People swear by it. Afternoon, Steve McGeary, neutral. Sorry if I've missed people in the chat here. Don't worry, we'll be here for a while. Is it addictive? Another one? Must be. Of course. Everything's addictive. Everything's got to be addictive, hasn't it? Like food, some sort of food's addictive. Something in it that your body wants or likes, and you want more of it. It can't be just nicotine. Afternoon, Nostog. We're just talking about you there, mate. I seen your community post. Blame Tim Smith for that. Like, how much did that lose? How much did you stand to win there, mate? I didn't see. But there was a couple of away teams on there. I'm guessing that was about 10, 14 to 1 accumulator, that. Tim legging it there. See, Sean's addicted to the gym. You know what I mean? That's good addiction, isn't it? See, at what level? You know what I mean? Like, it depends what level that's at. You must be smoking quite a bit of weed, Steve. You know what I mean? And I don't think no one's shy in here anyway. It doesn't matter how much weed you smoke. You know what I mean? It doesn't bother me. Yes, my mate. Get up there, Stallone. Long time no see, mate. Long time no see. Hey, Roses, mate. You'll know everyone in my chats, mate. We all come from same backgrounds, you know what I mean? Podref and all that. We actually had you got a mention yesterday. I'm not going to talk about it again today, like, but you did get a mention yesterday, Podref. Yeah, man. All good, Roses, fella, all good. You know me, mate. Free the weed, yeah, Rastafari. 32 years, Ginge. What, 32 years you've smoked weed? Yeah, it's not unusual on here that we hear people smoking weed from what, 10, 11-year-old? Nah, man, that's fucking crazy. But I don't think I started smoking until I was about 16. Oh, you're doing fact notification. Another one who probably enjoy this chat. You plenty of input. It's going to be one of these. It's going to be one of these today, right? Don't let me go off on a tangent if I start talking or if I try to answer like a comment, because I will end up going off on one and talking about something else. So if I have a joint, right, you'll see last night. Last night was a perfect example. Now, I only did it, you know, see in a bit, Tim. I only did that last night, and the people who come in my chat all the time know that now and again I will have a joint in a store, or I will be like slinty-eyed, red-eyed, and probably talk a load of shit. And I think last night was one of them. I only had like one joint, but to me, that's what it's all about. When I have a joint, everything goes out the window, and it's like, yeah. See, I think this is going to be another one as well, isn't it? Alcohol. Of course it is, man. And you get you always get the argument, don't you? Or alcohol turned you violent, weed just chilled you out. But alcohol's legal for a start, isn't it? But I've got a few videos later on, a few videos for later. What just want to watch today now, and I've just saved them. And they'll show you different views of people, different views from a totally different angle. See, we break it. So 28 grams is an ounce, yeah? Well, I don't even know how much people pay for an ounce of decent weed now. Can range, can't it, from like, I don't think you're going to get anything under for less than under 100 quid, 150. But these 1 ounce a week, 28 grams a day. That's what be like 3.5 grams, 3.5 grams a day. It's not even that much, is it, really, when you think about it? Why is it so expensive, man? Who decided that what can you roughly say, £10 a gram? £10 for a gram of weed, yeah. Who decided that it was going to be £10 a gram? When they know that it doesn't cost £10 a gram to grow it. It's never comes down either, does it? Never comes down. I like that one. I like that. I smoke roughly 8 a day, perhaps a tiny bit less. I know. Is it ever going to happen as well? That's another one, isn't it? I think it's got more chance. Don't know. Don't know though. Don't know. Yes, yes, another 3 legends just popped in. Moon Smokes Left. Big up Dave Smithers. Batty Boy. Absolute Batty. Steve Boy Billings. It's evening all. How you doing? Big up Stevie Boy. Booze and cigs for Sean Wayne. Not so much the booze. Still smoking cigs like Sean or not? I don't know. Might not want to tell us that because Sean portrays now quite what's the word for Sean Wayne's lifestyle now? I don't know. I'll leave that one with me, Sean, but for that word. But I don't know if Sean smokes cigarettes. I think I might be a bit disappointed if Sean smokes cigarettes, to be honest. Can't see him in his garden doing his hoeing and that, and with a big fag hanging out of his mouth. I know, it's not a picture like you want to see. What's happened anyway, Dave? What time is it? Dave will now, oh, Dave might be home by now. Or he might be, when he finishes at 5, it's like 4:30 for Dave, because he goes in the changing room and that, and he hasn't. It takes him about half an hour to get his shoes on and that. Basically just skiving, like. That's in London, £200 an ounce. That's good though, isn't it? For the best stuff as well. No. Don't know, is that good or what? I know, Sean, we're getting them in today, mate. Stallone, man. When I think of Stallone Roses, I think of, it's the last time I mentioned, I think of Podref, I think of OG, Opinionated Glaswegian, I think of Eddie Hearn, Phil Graham. You know what I mean? Right, because yeah, vapes, man. I've still got this bad boy. I showed you it yesterday, didn't I? 7,000 puffs. Right. Now I've said that, Big G will be in a minute. That's soon as you talk about puffs. 7,000 puffs, yeah, but I had to recharge it. I thought it had run out, right? Thought it had run out. But I thought, no, I'll just charge it. Charged it back to a full whack. Oh, Roses, you'd have enjoyed. Was it last night? You'd have enjoyed last night anyway. All the lads were in. Eddie was in all night with us. Phil Graham, Northern King, Smithers, all the batties. It was full of batty in here last night, mate. You would have enjoyed it. Chopper, another OG. How we doing, Chopper, lad? Hope you're all right there, mate. Emily's in. Emily, how you doing? Hope you're all right there. Three of Jude's. Thought I was in Jude's for a minute there, seeing Chopper and Stevie Boy. Never know, Jude might even pop in. There you go. See, always keep me right. Wasn't last night, was it? It was the night before. That's what it does to you, man. I haven't even smoked anything today, and that's what it does to us. It's the effects from 2 days ago. Yes, Nikki's in the house coming in with the weird shouts. I don't mind, honestly. People know my name. Dennis dropped me in it 100 times. It has come out before. I don't mind. It's my mum's fault anyway. I think Wayne was the 70s name, wasn't it? Imagine, right? I'm not saying there's bound to be somebody in the childhood family who just had a kid and they've called it Wayne. Yeah? But imagine having a baby now and them saying, oh, yeah, we call it Wayne. I wonder how many newborns. It's a bit of a, I don't think we'll ever make it come back. Let's put it that way. Yeah, big up yourself. Did anyone see Louisa's shot yesterday, that Mustang? Nice. I've seen a few of them Mustangs. But this was like, it was Battleship Grey, wasn't it? And brand new. I know Louise likes the Battleship Grey. No, it's like a sort of matte. It's like a matte look, isn't it? Hope you're all right anyway, Nikki. Yes, Jamie. Yes, I was asking after you yesterday, mate. Tell you what about Coventry Borough? Bank Holiday Monday, Wembley. What do you reckon? Could happen. They are in the Championship, Coventry, aren't they? God, I hope they are. I haven't made a fool of myself. I know they're on a big run, aren't they? Well, Luton Pip does the other night as well. I mean, geez, anybody must be feeling blessed being a Coventry fan. Imagine Coventry back in the Premiership next season. I'm pretty sure that when it was the old First Division, Coventry were pretty much residents, weren't they, in the top flight? Pretty sure. Yeah, see, Stallone's like, oh, hell, Moon still gets some legends in his chat there. Look at all these big guns piling in. All big guns in each Roses. Hey, Nicky, you've got one of your biggest followers here. I know every time Nicky was live, like, I would always have a look in. Fact was always there. For anyone who doesn't know, it's called live follower because she follows lives, basically. That's it. You did explain that to us one day. You know, we should have already known that. Elementary, isn't it? Nado Grey. Is that it? That grey, what they call, what did I call it? Gun Battleship Grey or something like that, wasn't it? There you go, Jamie. Jamie's, you can't get any fairer comment than that, mate. I'll have to second that. Like, Jamie's been around since day one for me. Never really had a wobble, like, not serious wobble anyway. Don't do wobbles anyway, you know. Oh, I seen that. Seen that, Sean. It started off on PPs, didn't it? The end of PPs live. I think John went live straight away. And I think it's 9:30 tonight, isn't it? Yes, Jim. Big up, Jim. Look about in the chat, Jim. You're in good company today, mate. Donna's in the house. Big up, Donna, another OG. Don't know whether they must like the thumbnail, I think. Good or bad for you, Donna? Good or bad will do for now. We'll get into it a bit more later. I know he didn't either. They're about, aren't they? Putting the rights doesn't matter, you know. Doesn't matter how many lives are on, right? This is what I've come to realise. It doesn't matter how many lives are on at the same time. And I think today is the first time where I did see John Smith's and then I turned it off. I knew I was doing this live. I turned it off. I thought, I'm going to look to see how many other lives are on, because if you put good stuff out and got good people in your chat, people are going to join in. But if you're regularly in this chat, you'll know what it's about, man. He's another big gun. Look, Jimmy's in the house. Fucking hell. Yeah, just live whenever you want, mate, innit? We haven't decided whether it is Sean Greg yet. You know what? We should just assume it is. Cumbria, the Mafia of Cumbria. He's changed his photo now. He had a really old photo on. Did you stop and do some press ups on the way, like Sean? Or what? Sean, you should be on the front cover. Weight Watchers are one of them, for losing the most weight in one day. I think one day you lost like over a stone in one day. I think it was. I know you don't, Jimmy. Yeah, you'll never see, right? One thing you'll never see with Jimmy is a premiere, him setting a live up like for later on in the day, or he's the king of the spontaneous live, isn't he? There's Nicky telling me how it is. It's, try not to miss things in the chat line. I think I know what you're on about there. Is that the Welsh lady you're on about there? Remember when she jumped on Fight Trolls? Was her, wasn't it? That's if I'm on about the same thing here. Pretty sure she did. Yeah, I know, yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, same one, Stevie. I thought that on that time when she went on Fighting Trolls, I think she might have got quite a few subs off it, but that's about it, I think. I can tell this is not Sean because he's too funny. Like, I'm surprised fact notification. I bet he's sub to Aloha. If he isn't, someone stick the link in the chat, and I'm sure fact will appreciate it. I think Donna, did you see, or did anybody else? I'm saying Donna because I'm sure Donna goes in Norris's. Norris did a little live today. It's only 10 minutes, and I didn't catch it live. It just finished, and I had a look, and it's only been getting shit again. I think someone giving him shit about his family and that, threats, tosses. You got the TS17 in the house. TS17, respect. To the call out. That was interesting, wasn't it, at the weekend when Danny won that fight? Yeah, did you see? I mean, we know what Danny's like. He's a man of God and that now, but all them bare little boxers, one thing about them is they all seem to get on, out the ring. They all have respect for each other and that. And anyway, I think that Anthony Holmes, I don't think like getting put on his ass, did he? Because even after the fight, Danny was bigging him up and saying what a decent bloke he was. And I think from what I heard of Danny, said he was sat next to him in the thingy room where they get sewn up, you know. Sat next to him, and I think he was being a bit hostile, but when you've just been put on your ass in front of a few thousand people and you've lost your belt, you're hardly going to be happy, are you? But anyway, as the story goes, that Anthony Holmes went on a podcast on Sunday or Monday. I don't think he was very respectful, like, to Danny. So I think Danny then turned around, made another video saying, fair enough, mate. I'd still beat you every day of the week. I don't know what Jimmy thinks of Danny. But sure, I don't see a lot of Jimmy stuff. Believe it or not. Yeah, you're a bit nuts, Jimmy lad. You're a bit nuts. Right, see, there's one there. I think that's the first one today, Teesside, who has said that they smoke it a lot, but it's not a good thing. Yeah, I know what Nicky's thoughts are on him. No, while I have a cigarette, can I just play a little video here while I turn my camera off for a minute, shall we say? I get told off for saying anything different. Let's just have a bit of this. It's not on for long.
This product is a cannabis cigar.
Cannabis cigar.
Called a cannagar.
Cannagar. I like that name.
All this flower right here is made from gardeners that like create their own soil.
This one right here is 3.5 grams of flour, 0.5 gram of rosin. Perfect for birthday parties, bachelor parties, music festivals. This one will burn for about 45 minutes to an hour and a half.
Okay.
Retails for $120. This one right here is the Corona.
The Corona.
This one's 12 grams of flour. This one will burn for about 3 to 5 hours. Retails for $420. Right? Going up, we'll start with the next one. This one we call the Ambassador. This is actually a birthday box that we did.
That's a beautiful box, bro.
Yeah. 21 grams of flour, 6 grams of rosin.
Let me think how much you want for that. If you selling, you had the Corona and that had
14 grams.
You had a 14, and then you wanted $400 and something for that. And you had another 3.5, and you wanted 125. So you want about $650 for that.
This one goes for $3,600.
3,600.
3,600.
How did mouth get off like that?
It's more than just a product. It's a rare art piece. You're smoking a Picasso because you can't have anyone else make this type of this caliber.
Picasso.
It is. It's true.
Man, that thing 7 grams more than 14 grams. You know, spike the price, man. What kind of land?
It's just a rarity because everybody wants to have this product, and we release them like in small batches. You know, you keep it rare. That's
Real
what
is rare.
Doing, yeah.
So we're gonna try this stuff out, or we're just gonna?
Yeah. Oh, well, we got more. We got more. This is the El Dorado. It's basically the same thing except it's gold gilded in 24 karat edible gold. We sold one in Vegas New Year's Eve for $11,000.
Thank you for the gift.
Oh, you can't have that one. We have something for you. This one's my birthday special. This has been curing in a cold room for over a year, so it's a vintage. Like,
So hold on.
when you age weed in a cold room, it gets better, and the terpenes change, the chlorophyll cleans out very slowly.
Oh, really?
So when you smoke it, it's smooth. So
I never knew that. This is a real thing you have. This keeps the temperature.
it's the box. A full ounce cannabis cigar is wrapped with a 24 karat gold leaf. But these are diamonds, THC-A diamonds. So they're like anywhere from like 98% THC. So as you smoke it through time, they slowly melt all around. We also got, so these are the strains that it's made out of. We do not blend the cannabis strains, they're layered. So as you burn it, each diamond indicates when the strains change. These are the diamonds, honey diamonds. It's coated with that. We have the rosin.
Rosin.
Which is made with ice and water, clean water.
Very clean.
Yes, no chemicals.
This is a real life hack right here.
Yeah, that's gonna retail for 50,000.
This one right here?
Yep.
No, I fuck
Yeah,
up some
there you
money,
go.
but I ain't gonna burn up no 50,000 this kind of way.
Yeah.
So I'm confused. It's a weed cigar,
Yeah.
and on the inside is
Weed,
straight gas. All right,
Straight
go
gas.
ahead. Let's go.
that helps it burn evenly.
Toast it just like a cigar.
See how the smoke comes out through the other end?
You take that puff.
You want to use a torch because you grabbed
is
the
this?
zapper.
No,
Not that.
You didn't grab the zapper.
You got the taser. You trying to tase me? Hold on.
What the hell is this?
Hey, this is the highest caliber of cannabis you could ever get, you know. So you gotta show us some respect. There's history behind this. I do a lot of the graphic design. I did all the branding. I do all the photography, the video, all the marketing. It's all me. I'm basically the artist behind it. But you notice none of us coughed, right?
Thank you for this. This is the most expensivest life hack, y'all.
That's another level. That's another level, isn't it? So the weed smokers in here will understand this, what they're going on about there, the level of the strains and whatever, and how much they're charging for it. But I bet they've got plenty of money. How are you doing, Christine? See you there, mate. Good to see you. We're all good. We're all good. It is in your area. So who would like one of them? One of them? Just one of them cigar things? I think Fact would enjoy one of them. The Northern King would enjoy one of them. Seems to be a bit of banter going on here. Jimmy's got the chat going, as usual. Jimmy, man. What? He's off his head, isn't he? You never know what you're going to get with Jimmy, apart from the titles of his lives will always have decorated. I seen a bit of Dodgy Dave this morning as well. There was a few. Was anyone in Dodgy Dave's chat this morning? It's growing on me a little bit, like, I must admit. When he first come out, couldn't get away with him, like, but it's growing on me a little bit. You'll have Alpha for you, kid. You'll mack him. Jimmy, I see your comments. I'm not going to highlight them. Like, I'll swerve them. I know, mate. You seen how they were dressed in that, though, didn't you? They've got some money. But people will buy them, man. It's like that bloke who I told you about the other day. That stoner who makes joints. Like, I think he made one of, it's like an AK-47 joint, and you could actually smoke it. You know, it was full of weed and that, but loads of skins or whatever. But he's making them for like the mega rich and that, you know. Yeah, it's an old school one, that, in it. But I think it's still about think it's still about. Tony Greenhand's T-shirt knows the one. I only know 2 Chainz there. That fella, the black guy. Yeah, I only know of him because I've got a 19-year-old son who fortunately smokes weed. Don't know where he's got that from. I mean, the habit. I never foreseen it. But yeah, so all the cool stuff that I might play is usually come from my son, I'll be honest. Yeah, that's all right, Peggy. How you doing, matey? Who was it? Who I've heard that some of the wasn't 2 Chainz, somebody else who they actually hire somebody, you know, as a it's actually a job, spliff roller. Because you think if some of the rappers like Snoop, any of the rappers like that, the amount of spliffs they smoke, they'd be rolling all day. They wouldn't have time to do anything else, would they? So they actually hire somebody to roll spliffs for them. I mean, I think that'd be something that the Northern King would probably do, you know. You know, when he's feeling a bit flush, or if you come into quite a bit of money, I think first thing he'd do was stick an advert out for a spliff roller. No, roll me one, mate. Yeah, just put one out. Big black bin liner full of weed. How you doing, Tyrone, mate? Are you a smoker, Tyrone? Because if I had to guess, Tyrone, no. But probably got an opinion on it like everyone else. Snoop, he has got one. It was probably Snoop then, Donna, who I seen. What's the technical name for a spliff roller then? If you were put an advert in the paper. Well, you'd have to. That's the perks of the job, isn't it? Perks of the job there, like definitely. Construction. So he's a one for you, right? Just talking about proper names for titles for jobs, yeah. So where I work, we use cutters, right, at a cutting station on a machine, and this metal blade it comes in 2 meter lengths, you know, like an inch thick, and it's called a rule. It might be called a rule anywhere else, you know, like a ruler, I suppose, but it's a blade sharp on one end, you know. So it's called a rule. Now, when you're making these cutters, anything you're making square, round, you have to bend it, don't you? So you have to bend the rule. So that the job is called the rule bender. That's the official title. I've seen it online when they've been looking for a new rule bender. So what do you do? I'm a rule bender. Jimmy thinks it's a skin man. Northern King, an origamist. I think Peggy's after one. Peggy's after an origamist rolling machine. Did anyone ever try them rolling machines? Fuck me. Them rolling machines, man. Fucking hell. They take more working out. It's easier trying it yourself, honest. Can remember buying one. From a little tobacconist shop in Middlesbrough. Way back in the day. Teesside, you frequent Middlesbrough, or did you used to years ago, you know, when people used to go shopping in town? Can you remember? opposite the old man's park, yeah, in the town. Just as you were walking in the cleaning centre, you remember on the left there used to be a little tobacco shop. And it's all he sold was tobacco, like, but he sold, I got a rolling machine from there, I think it was about £2. You put your paper in, and it was basically a little contraption about this big. You could get king size ones as well. And the theory of it was great, you know, you just put your paper in, put your backy in. But then that was the bit, that's when it all went peak tongue, because then you had to do some mad shit with your fingers. And it's supposed to come out as a perfect rolled like fag. But man never did, like, never worked it out. Was it Forshaw's? Yeah, it was Forshaw's, with a little, it was tiny, wasn't it? But I always remember the smell in there, it was lovely. Like, you walked in and I don't know if you missed the other night's live. I didn't show myself rolling it, but I was making a joint, right, while I was talking to the chat and whatever. So it was just off screen, you know, you might have seen your fingers giving it this. But they were all laughing their heads off because I was doing a Yeti. I used 5 skins, 5 Rizzlers, you know, like proper old school. And I'm showing them, and the likes of Northern King and that, pissing themselves. But seriously, I cannot roll a joint in my hands like this. I have to put it on. I'm putting it on. I might show you later. A man's putting it on the 5 skins on something flat and rolling it up like I'm rolling a newspaper up. Oh, Nostog likes you like the MC Burberry song, don't you, mate? I will be playing that at some point, bro. Quality tune, that. Are you laughing at me? Jim Smith, how you doing, mate? Did see you there. Hope you're all right there, Jim Smith. He's a fun fact from Sean Wayne. Renegade Piranha, the rapper's personal roller, reveals the cannabis enthusiast rapper 150 joints a day. Yeah, man, I want the weed facts as well. If anyone's got any strange but true facts about weed, or you know, about how much, about anything to do with who smokes copious amounts of weed. I mean, the crazier the better. What was it like, King? Donna, I don't know whether it was the right thing to do. It shows you, like, I'm not bothered, you know what I mean? It was like, I don't know, it wasn't like a baseball bat. Yes, I'll get back, mate. Big up Fairy Fizz, how you doing? Fairy Fizz, what do you think? Good or bad for starters? Weed, good or bad? Well, you can elaborate a little bit more like later on, but for now. We'll do with flavours now, right? We'll do flavours, yeah. Flavours, like, look at the colours in that. Look at the colours. Beautiful. Let's hear it snap. Let's snap it in half. Can't snap it in half because I'll lose half that floor. Look inside of that. Beautiful. So that is like that amount there, right? That's like 1 puff for the Northern King. Never mind 1 joint, that's 1 puff. See, I didn't know that. Very Fizz, I didn't know that, yeah. But like I say, it doesn't surprise me. And that's not in, like, I'm not saying that in a bad way, like you look like stoner or whatever. But it just doesn't, because everyone does it, don't they? Everyone on YouTube smokes weed, man. Apart from the missus, she doesn't. She did. I can remember the last time, right? And Louise isn't here, right? So she'd probably be listening. But the whole time that I've known Louise, which was a long time, yeah, it was my son's 18th birthday party, which we had it in the house. And he had all his friends round and that. And, I said, oh, you can smoke. Because Louise was here, made them smoke in the kitchen. Like, there was no kids here, by the way. It was all adults. We made them smoke in the kitchen. And because Louise was the only one out of everyone here at this party that didn't smoke, she felt a bit left out. So she was like, come on, give us it here, give us it here. Bearing in mind, she was a smoker, but she didn't smoke weed. I can't remember what happened after that. I can't remember, but she might be able to, if she gets a minute, she can tell us what happened after that. I can't remember. He smoked a lot, didn't he? Was anyone surprised by that? Because I think, didn't that only come out like later on in his life, how much weed he used to smoke? Because towards the end, for George Michael, I'm sure he was smoking copious amounts, wasn't he? Like ounces and ounces a day. I think, didn't he crash a car or something as well? Is that why he came out? Or Porthos, how you doing, mate? See you there, Porthos. The cat sniffer, whatever that means. Johnny Depp has a weed closet. I wonder what that is. What's a weed closet, Fairy Fizz? Yes, Sparky, how you doing, matey? I know. Is that what the trick? No, man, it isn't. You know what made me think of it, right? Because the last live I did 2 nights ago, I had a joint, and I don't do it all the time when I do lives, but people who come in my chats, they're not surprised by it, but I think they actually like it because you see the effects. You see the effects of one joint on somebody who you know, and I don't know. I like to think that I don't know, quite entertaining, quite entertaining. Louise wouldn't say that, like, but Mike Tyson has a weed company, and can you imagine? No one has ever died from weed. See, this is it. These are the facts, and you can't argue, can you? Always. That's one of my worst things, Donna. When I have a joint, even when I don't have a joint, I'm back. But when I've had a joint, it all goes out the window. Like the few people in here who take liberties, I haven't even had anyone on the panel yet. Wait, that's all. That was a bit bigger, that, but I snapped it in half. But look. Sparky, how's your shorts going, fella? I think I seen one of your shorts this morning anyway. Sparky, the most famous man this side of YouTube now, man. 75,000 subs. Just another legend to add to my chat today, 25. Pick up the 25 in the chat. The cost has to come into it somewhere, doesn't it? So people in the chat, if you got your weed, this might be a stupid question, but if you got your weed for half price all the time, like you knew you could get it for half the price of whatever anyone else was paying, does that mean you would smoke double the amount? Or would you be saving cash? Or would you just think it's half price, I'm just gonna smoke double? Or are you gonna save the money for a rainy day? No, you're not gonna smoke double amount. Or no, you're not gonna save the money. Peggy, we realised that over the months, mate. You know, no matter what shit Peggy gets in, like Peggy knows that, we go back like a long way as well. We have don't know, we have a little understanding. Like, can't fall out with Peggy, man. Well, this is it. This is also what I want to talk. What I want to talk about. Don't have to talk about it now, but it'll get brought up sometime tonight in this live, about growing your own and what you can get away with and what you can't get away with. And I think there's some people on here who that's where, I don't know if they make money from it, but the amount of smoke, you would think that it would be sensible for them to grow their own, And I've got a little video what I watched earlier on about, because when you think of grows, you think of people's lofts in England anyway. Like on a small scale, you think it's always in your loft, isn't it, or in a rented house? The dodgy ones. They normally rent the house out, aren't they? They don't live there. But then you get these grows that are like in the loft, what, 10, 20 plants. Like, what's the cost of it? Like, all in all, I don't even know how many ounces you get off like one plant. I think it's 2 or 3 ounces, isn't it, off one plant? Has anybody actually done a grow? Sure, you can talk about it, can't you? This is it, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's impossible. It's impossible for the police to police growing weed. Apart from the big grows, they just couldn't. Every time they find a big grow in a warehouse, there's another 100 yards away, isn't it? Who's getting away with it? But I think the way, if they wanted to, they could, because you use loads of electric, don't you? Surely your electric bills go through the roof. If they wanted to be clever, they could work with the electrical companies, especially in areas where they know that grows are like common, and see whose electricity bills going through the roof. But saying that, don't, like most of the dodgy ones, they end up wiring it up to the lamppost or something outside. Yeah, but this video that I seen earlier on, so today now, I'm going to play it sometime. It's about outside grows, but in England, there's a few of them, and basically they've got a plot of land somewhere, and it's obviously it's secret, you know, a secret location, and they're basically growing these strains of weed, like big scale, you know, but it's growing in the English weather. It's not covered; it's all outdoors, and they do quite well out of it. Like, I won't say any more. Like, I'll show you the video in a bit and see what you think. I'm not sure if you dabble like Al. I don't think you do you, And then there's edibles as well, isn't there? There's like, never ever tried edibles. But I think I would. I think that I would definitely prefer. I'll put it this way: when I'm seeing my son smoking smoking spliffs like all day or whatever. Now he doesn't smoke cigarettes, which is a blessing. Like, but he makes up for it with the joints, you know. But I'd much rather. I'm not bothered about him getting stoned, but I'd much rather him have edibles than seeing him smoke spliffs all day. Yeah, like stuff like that, like space cakes and that, and other. Will the joint always be the method of choice, you know, or will the edibles take over, or what? The vapes? I mean, the vapes? Vapes have got to be a good thing, the CBD vapes. I've heard some of them are all right as well. Like, you know, I think, does anyone do them? Does anyone to smoke the vapes? Sorry if I'm missing this chat. Yeah, the smell's another thing. The smell. Let's not get away from it. You can't really leave your house. You can't leave your house on a day to go to the shop without getting a whiff of weed, can you? Even if you go to the shop over the road, at some point you're going to have a whiff of weed. It's the known thing. We were in a hotel. We stayed in a big hotel on 2 weeks ago, and in the foyer. I mean, it was a big hotel. The foyer was quite big, but you know, it had a mix of people in there. Obviously, you're not allowed to smoke in places like that, but all we could smell was weed. That's all we could smell, man. Massive whiffs of weed in a hotel foyer, and that must have been from somebody. They weren't smoking it there and then, but they must have been smoking it. But the smell, it's just ridiculous, man. It gets on your clothes and that. It was one time, I'll tell you. Wasn't that long ago. It was a couple of weeks ago, and my son was obviously in another room to us. He does smoke in his room. It's not. This is not in front of the daughter or anything like that. It's nothing like that. But basically, his room, he smokes in it, and I'd had my work clothes were outside his room, hung up outside his room on like a rail. Next morning, I got up because I'm used to the smell anyway, sort of in the house. I put my clothes on, not thinking, and I got to work. And I've been at work talking to multiple people, including my boss, a shift manager. Must have spoke to 10 different people in the first few hours at work. And it was only after about 6 hours, one lad come over, and it was the first time I'd spoken that day, and he walked straight over, he went, "Fucking hell, you stink of weed." I was like, "What?" What the fuck? I couldn't smell it right. But after he'd said that, I got all paranoid and I went over all the people that I spoke to that day and I said, do I smell of weed? And they went, yeah. Didn't want to tell you. I was like, what? Are you talking to my boss and everything? And I stunk of weed. Shocking that, right? Yeah, so Sparky's use weed to get off the booze, like fair play, fair play. What's he going to use to get off the weed? That's what I want to know. I know somebody who still gets that resin stuff, like, and the funny thing about it is, it's Dennis anyway. What man you're saying? It's Dennis who comes on the. He was on the panel the other night. A lad who I work with, he still gets resin, but he lives in Durham. Yeah, everyone knows I live in Middlesbrough, but he travels to Middlesbrough pretty much half a mile away from where I am to get his resin. Now I don't know anyone who I wouldn't know where to get that from, but he's coming from Durham, Middlesbrough. I think we all remember, anyone in the 40s, especially the late 40s, will remember when you went in your dealer's house for a deal, and it was always like on the table, it'd be like 5 or 6 little deals, like in like triangle, like the tenth or a quarter or a Henry, and they'd all have like cling film around it, wouldn't they? You'd have like your pick of them, wouldn't you? Even though they all weighed the same, you'd always try and pick the one that was the biggest. Yeah, it is, mate. It is, and you hear now like all the nasty stuff that's supposed to be in it, isn't it? Yeah, squidgy black, that stuff. Yeah, remember that? It's like blue tack, wasn't it? It started off a little ball and like roll it with your fingers, went out like a bit of blue tack. They were the worst ones, though, weren't they? Yeah, like fairy face. I was just going to say, you know, you'd see at a party on Saturday night, you've got your high pressure pulling gear on, haven't you? You've just been to the tall trees or just been to the nightclub and all that. Get back to a party with your £200 Armani shirt on. You're like this, thinking you're dead cool. Then you look down and you've got a big burn in your brand new shirt. People call them all sorts of the hot rocks, we call them. Hot rocks. There you go, Batty Boy. I said any time, because I do, once I get talking, I do forget to put the link out, but the link, anyone who wants to put the link out, any mods, just stick it in there, man. You know me, before this is before I've even had a joint. I do need to get a quick drink, though. Yeah, did anyone see the other night? Did anybody, the other night I had some proper whiskey, yeah? It was anyone, I nearly said anyone that smokes whiskey, anyone that drinks whiskey, single malt Talisker, I think it was called. It was about 48% or something. But it gets you absolutely wrecked. But I just got like a little bottle of that there tonight. Right, we've got a guest. We all know him. I know him personally, yeah. I know that he is famous for smoking weed. I'm going to bring him on now while he's doing a daft impression. What's that? Have you got a banger there? Is that a banger?
I thought I'd grace you with my presence for 10 minutes.
Oh, mate, you know, I am absolutely honoured because you haven't been on for ages, man. Where have you been? Been a batty, haven't you?
Just sitting back and watching, mate, to be honest.
Oh, well, at least you've been watching, Dave.
I've had a few bits of fucking stuff going on, mate. That's sorted now, so.
Yeah, man. I understand, mate. I'll let you off.
Check this out. Look what I've come home to. Look what the dog's done to my freshly planted flower bed. It's not even funny, mate. Watch this.
Come on, Dave, roll with, lad. Oh, naughty. What? Dug it out? Has he been trying to hide a bone or something?
Yeah, that. All the soil on it. The fucking little
The dogs still do. The dogs actually do that, like hide bones.
Look.
I thought it was just like somehow they can't do that. Yeah, he has as well, hasn't he?
It's not a bone. It's like a play toy, plastic chew thing.
Looks like one of Sean Gregg's dumbbells. He's in the chat as well, Sean, you know. Well, a fakey one. A fakey Sean. It's quite funny. It's quite funny as well. So what did you like the title of the live today, Dave? What did it like? Did it prick your ears up?
Well, we had a conversation the other day off the phone, didn't we, about all them packs, and I thought that's a bit of a weird topic to be talking about. So
what about that, Dave? What about that?
Oh, don't, mate. That looks well nice.
Does it? Because I don't know, you know. Does it look good, that?
Look at the crystal. You can tell how white it is.
I'll have to...
solid.
Yeah, it's got a nice, like, snappage to it, you know. I've got to be careful when I snap, man, because No Flavors has got big jars of it, and I haven't, so I don't want to lose any on the carpet or out. So, you were somebody, Dave, who has cut right down lately, haven't you?
Yeah.
For what was the main reason?
Do you know, not changing the subject, but quickly I've just seen some of the comments, mate, when I was driving home about like some of the amounts that people smoke.
Yeah.
Fucking gobsmacked. An eighth a day. An ounce a week. What? Like, what the fuck? What are they doing with it?
What? And is that surprising you?
Yeah. I smoke an ounce a month, mate. Not a fucking week.
But like I said before, Dave, if you were getting yours half price, would that mean you would smoke more of it or save the money?
I'd probably smoke more, to be honest.
I think I can't remember. I asked the question, but I can't remember where anyone wrote. But I would think you'd be lying if you didn't say you'd smoke more of it if you got it cheaper.
I was just smoking for the fun of it, mate, and it was getting a bit boring, if I'm honest. Like waking up in the morning, not smoking as soon as I get up, but I'd have a little joint on the way to work at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then I'd have another one at 10 o'clock, and then I'd have another one at 12 o'clock, another one at 3 o'clock, another one on the way home, another one when I got in. It was just too much, mate. It wasn't doing what it was supposed to be. Do you know what I mean? It was just like I was doing it just.
So even though you were smoking all them spliffs, were you not? Do you ever get stoned?
No, not properly, mate, if I'm honest.
So what would it take for you to get stoned? Like, would you? I mean, surely that's why you smoke it. You know what I mean? Like, it's like when you have a drink. People can't understand that you can just go out for like 2 pints. People say to me, "How can you just go out and have 2 pints?" Like, they drink to get pissed. You know what I mean? But I'm lucky because I'm at the point where I could have joints, and you've seen where I'm like after a joint. Fucking wreck.
Best quiz master going.
Oh yeah, my quiz are great when I've had a joint. Like, I'm boring as fuck without weed, honest.
Who we got in the chat? Northern King, Sparky, Jim, Al, Kelv, Fact, Porthos the cat sniffer.
Got a quality chat here, as always. You know what I mean? Let's have a look.
Fizz, big up fairy.
Canny Blunt, you know who Canny Blunt is? We only worked it out the other day. He keeps changing his bloody name. That's Arkash. Another northeaster. Yeah, Arkash with a beard, he used to be called. If I'm not wrong, Canny Blunt, are you in some sort of loft when you come on lives? And do I see you in a loft? That's what it looks like. You know, have you ever seen him on a live?
You're thinking of Shady.
Well, it's like Shady. I know Shady, it's not, but it's very similar to Shady, the visuals, when Arkash comes on camera. He always seems to be, it just seems to be, like, you'll know what I mean if you've seen it. Yeah, Jimmy's in. Jimmy's just been kicked off Irish Bulls. Seems quite proud of that. You know, Jamie Sawyer. Hey, I was talking to Jamie Sawyer, Dave. Didn't realise that Coventry are in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You know that. Looks like they're going to make the playoffs, man. Imagine them being back in the Premiership.
I think Luton's the talking point of that league at the minute, mate, if I'm honest.
I know they got one over on us the other night, didn't they? It was psychological, that. Because if we end up playing them in the, that's all it could be down to in the end, you know, like the fact that they beat us already, they'll be thinking that, won't they?
Yeah, well, if you just think back probably 6 seasons ago where Luton were, they went
exactly.
financial difficulties, didn't they? They got put in the non-league. They was in the non-league for about 3 seasons, struggling, and then I think they got a new owner, if I'm not wrong, and then they won that league, went into League Two, won that the following season, so they had back-to-back promotions. Went into League One, had a season or 2 in there, and then now they're in the Championship. And look at what they're doing now.
Exactly.
Have you ever been to Kenilworth Road? Luton's ground?
I haven't, but it's a bit retro, that ground, isn't it? Have they still got the plastic pitch, no?
Yeah, do you know what it's like? You go in between two houses, like just on a normal street. There's 2 big fucking like doors that you go through, and you actually go through somebody's passageway to get into the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah,
shut up.
Yeah, you do. The ground is also, it's about what? From the side of the pitch, one side is just all the houses. It is. So you could be sat in your bedroom just watching the gameplay. It's mental, mate. It's like proper old school.
So if they win the Premiership, would you have to do anything with the ground? Is it up to standards and all that, though?
No. That I think they had a problem with that going into the Championship, because you need to have your capacity needs to be a certain number, doesn't it, to accommodate travelling fans and that.
Yeah, I mean, Luton, for me, they don't belong in the Premiership. I'm like, come on.
No, it doesn't sound right, does it? Doesn't sound right.
That's not right. I mean, I was saying to Jamie, Coventry were in the first division for years and years, man. They looked like Chef Wed.
But maybe Lincoln was playing Coventry a few seasons back, mate.
Yeah, I mean, they were one of them that went down and then just kept going down, didn't they? Like Derby and...
We had some good away days at Coventry, mate. Amazing ground, that is.
You had another win on Saturday, didn't you?
I've got a good tip for
Lincoln.
tonight.
Oh, are they playing tonight, are they?
No, I don't even want to talk about that. We lost to Burton 1-0 last night.
Oh, did you? Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Is Jimmy Floyd Hasselback still a bit?
No, he was. The number 2, I think, in the end.
Mm. So what are you doing tonight, Dave? Are you hanging about or what? Because I'm going to keep this week thing going because it seemed that we had a lot of people getting the thoughts in. You know what I mean? And like, I don't know. I can see where I'm coming from. Like, I don't judge anyone or anything. But I smoke weed like for fun, really. Like, meaning I smoke a joint now and again, and I think it's funny, you know. But I couldn't imagine smoking it all day long. Like,
It doesn't affect me like that, mate. That's why I used to do it. I just don't bother at work now and then just wait till I get home. This is the first one today.
but it's like I'm interested in how it goes from having a joint and being like maybe even like to the point where you can't you're going to be sick or you have a whitey or whatever to having one as soon as you wake up in the morning and that's getting you out of bed.
Tolerance, mate.
Like,
that's what it is. Tolerance, isn't it?
Mad, like it's mad.
Don't want to look at my ugly mug, mate. I was at the mental health place. Was it last month? Every time I go, he writes like a little review of what we've been speaking about and his outcome and what his thoughts are. And he still says to this day that he thinks a major part of my mental health is drug psychosis.
What mainly weed or the other stuff?
Everything, mate. Just battering it for that long for all them years and.
So what's the worst thing about weed? What is, in your eyes, what would be what's the worst thing about weed, like side effect?
Side effect?
Or do you think there is no side effects, like when you get a smoke, like when you're smoking it daily and like cigarettes, is there no side effect for you? Have you gone past all that? Or
Yeah, I'd say
I don't
so.
just mean you, I mean in general, somebody who smokes all the time, you know.
I'd say it's definitely a gateway drug, 100%. 100%. I used to say no to that. People say, well, do you reckon if you would have not smoked cannabis, you would have touched all these other drugs? And I've always said, yeah, but like, as I've got older and I've thought about it, everyone tries cannabis first, don't they?
Well,
straight on to
you know, you
coke.
say that though, Dave, but why did they try it when all the stuff is just as easily found, isn't it? The harder stuff's probably easier to get hold of. It's sort of like I don't know. It's because it's sociable, isn't it? It's quite sociable, isn't it, having a joint? Whereas having a crack pipe isn't very sociable, is it? You know what I mean? It's one of them, like, but they reckon it's paranoia, isn't it? Let's get it right. Let's not mess about. Paranoid people say anyone who smokes a lot of weed is paranoid or gets paranoid, you know. No.
I used to. No.
Yeah, it's not something that I've noticed of you, Dave, like knowing that you smoke a lot of weed and that. All the time I've known you, I wouldn't say you were paranoid, you know what I mean? But so maybe people who smoke weed that get past that, you know, where there is no side effects. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I think
it gets
the
the
only
point where
now would be stopping it.
yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. That's when you'll see.
I know for a fact I'd struggle, mate. Do you know what I mean? At 13, I was first had a joint. I'm fucking 40 now. Do you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, I've had the odd spell where I've not smoked it when I've been in jail, but that's the only time. Can't remember last time I didn't have a joint. A long time ago.
So, if you didn't have a joint, do you know when you tried packing a few months ago? Was it a few months ago? You tried to knock it on the head, didn't you? You give it a go, and that's basically you didn't lasted a few days, didn't you?
Nearly 2.
And what type of things were you? What side effects were you getting? What?
Couldn't sleep at all. Tossing, turning. My mood was terrible, mate. My mood was fucking really bad. Up and down, up and down. Couldn't concentrate at work. And yeah, it was just got to the point where I thought, fuck it. But since then, I have cut down, so.
Yeah, it was a step too far, knocking it on the head totally, wasn't it?
Right, it's the only thing that I do. Do you know what I mean? I don't drink. I don't really do anything outside of work and home. Do you know what I mean? It's just my little vice, mate. I go to work, I pay for it. Do you know what I mean? It's not as if I'm robbing for it or.
So you know where you work, Dave. Like I know where you work. It's a like a family-run business, isn't it? Right. But if I know they're not likely to. But I work in a factory where there's quite a lot of people work there. We're working machinery and stuff. Now they've said for years they've threatened to do random drug tests, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know if they're allowed to do it randomly, and I don't know what drugs they're looking for. But I know for a fact that half of the workforce will be getting done.
Yeah, and I think deep down they know that. It's the same with where I work. They've had this policy in for fucking years, mate. Random drug tests. They can do one when they want, and they can do it because when I worked at the abattoir, the job before this one, they did random drug tests there. You just get called up, go into the toilet, do it in a cup, and then it get tested. But the people that were testing it were like staff, but they'd been trained.
So, if you were to fail this drug test for weed, right, did it say what would happen to you? Would you be sacked, or would they get you help at that?
No, it'd be instant dismissal, I think.
See, that's wrong. That's wrong, like.
Do you know, my father-in-law used to work where I work, driving the lorries, and when they started going on about these drug tests coming out, he went into the office and spoke to the main boss, and he said, "Listen, I smoke a bit." He said, "It'd be a shame if I lost my job that I've had for 12 years for a little bit of weed." He said, "Can't you give me the heads up when they're going to do these piss tests so I can stop smoking for a while?" And he said, "No, we can't do that, Matt," and just giggled at him. But they've never done a piss test, mate, ever.
See, all drugs are different, right? But cannabis stays in your system for a long time, doesn't it?
28 days.
So I don't see how they can implement it, right? Because you're allowed to do what you want on your days off, aren't you? Or your holidays or whatever. Yeah. So when you come back to work and it's still in your system, there's so many things around it that don't add up, and I think that's why they always just threaten it. They just threaten you with it. They never ever do it.
Just like a bit of a scare, isn't it? That's all it is.
Yeah. Because you just couldn't place it at all. You couldn't do it. There's that many other implications to take into consideration. I don't know. But let's get it right. I don't know what the percentage of people who smoke weed is now. On YouTube, I'm guessing it's got to be at least half the people on YouTube in this community smoke weed, don't you think?
Mate, it'll be legal in this country soon.
In what form, though? That's what I mean. Like,
you can go onto it. You can go onto this certain site now. It costs you something like 80 quid to register. I think it's 70 quid for your first consultation, and then another 50 quid. So it works out about 250 quid. And if you get accepted, you speak to a proper doctor and that, you can get medical cannabis in this country now. Did you know that? anyone.
I've been in chats where people have said, I've heard them talking about it. I've seen comments, but I don't know the facts.
Anyone can apply for it. These chemists, these pharmacists that do this, they're not allowed to advertise it, so it's quite low key. But I bet there's people in the chat who know more about it than me.
Is there anyone in the chat who's got a prescription for medical cannabis, whatever it is? Well, what is it? What is the medical bit? Is that the CBD or the THC?
It's CBD, if I'm not wrong.
Mm.
There's a guy with mad coloured hair on here that I watch on YouTube, and he's just all about weed. Do you know him that goes around with that tester testing people's weed? You seen it? Just turns up in random cities.
No, never seen him.
I can't think of his name. He's I can't remember what his channel's called. He talked everyone through this medical cannabis the other day because he's just been accepted for it. Mate, some of the weeds that you can get, ridiculous. Like £4 or £5 a gram. That's what it is. You still have to pay for it, but it's like £4 or £5 a gram.
So these people who are getting it on prescription, right? When they go and get the prescription, what are they getting? What is it? Is it a tablet? Is it?
No, it's just normal cannabis. I don't know if it's CBD cannabis.
Weed or like.
No, it's weed.
Crazy that. That's crazy that.
He did a video the other day where he got his first lot. He got his first prescription, and he showed all the weeds and what those called, and yeah, did everything, mate. Showed you everything.
Well, so he opened his bag from the chemist, and inside of it was like a box, and inside of that was a bag of weed.
No, it was just like different little tubs with so much in each tub.
Okay, hell.
Like an 8-4 or whatever, but he had about 8 of these tubs and then a big bag.
Like, even saying that now is like socially acceptable as weed is. Even saying that now sounds funny though, doesn't it? But imagine saying that like 5 years ago, 10 years ago, you'd have laughed your head off. But
so you could be sat in your garden smoking a joint, somebody could grass you up for it, police could knock at your door, and you could just say, no, look, prescription, and they couldn't do fuck all.
Later's, King. I'll probably still be on later anyway, King, mate. I've a bit no rush tonight. I've got a good few hours. Yeah, like the laws. What's your take on the law, Dave? Like, if you say you didn't have your wife and your kids, right? You had a bit of time on your hands, but you were quite law about it, right? But you smoked weed. How many plants would you? And you had a spare room in your house. Would you feel safe growing 5 plants?
I don't lie. I've done it a few times, growing my own.
Right, that's all right, mate. If you want to tell us about it, if you're not bothered, like.
I'm not bothered, mate.
How many?
4. I only did 4 at a time.
And you set all that up yourself?
Yeah, I kept it all, mate. Kept it all. It lasted me months and months and months.
But what do you get off of one plant?
It depends, mate. It depends the strain.
Is it a couple of ounces? Couple of ounces per plant?
Yeah, to that, mate. You can do fucking big plants and get ounces and ounces and ounces, or you can get your auto flowers, which produce quite well, some of them. Just depends.
Do you know anyone personally who's been done for having a grow?
Yeah.
And do you know how big it, like a house grow? Do you get prosecuted now, or do you get a slap of the hands?
I had 1,000 plants.
Yeah.
That's a lot of weed.
And when you did these 4 plants, how long did it take for you before you could smoke it, from getting those seeds to smoking it?
About 4 weeks veg. So you have like 18 hours light, 6 hours dark, and that makes them grow. That keeps them in the vegetative stage. And then when you want them to flower, you switch over to 12-12. 12 hours light, then 12 hours dark. And that makes them flower. We're talking probably between 7 and 9 weeks to flower, and then probably about 10 days to dry.
Right. So this might sound like a daft question, right? But could you put a price on how much it cost you for everything you needed for that grow and like the electricity that taking that into account? Like just the electricity itself, could you put a price per day of electricity?
I think a lot of people are using LEDs now.
I'm pretty sure you can hear all that.
You don't get told off there. I think Dave's muted himself. Naughty boy.
I've got my two youngest fucking pulling chunks out of each other in the living room. Mum, they've just gone, surely you can hear that in there.
So I'm gonna have a wild guess here, right, and say that electricity is expensive now, right? And I'm saying £15 a day electricity for what you need for a grow. Is that too much or?
I don't know, mate. I couldn't put a number on it if I'm honest.
But let's face it, a £20 a £10 a gram, it's got to be worth it, isn't it? Fucking £10 a gram. Can you believe how much people charge for it though? Like, who decided it was going to be £10 for a gram of weed?
I can remember when it was £12.50 a teenth, mate. Still pays.
Yeah, I think it was always £7.50 a teenth when I was a kid. £7.50
a teenth and £10 a gram.
Yeah, but the resin was all. If you bought a 9-bar resin, I think 9 bars at one point you could get for like 140 quid or something like that. So there was money to be made back in that day. But when the weed come out, I don't know who decided how much it was going to be. You know, they must have just pulled it out of the air or something. And thought, we'll see if we can get away with this, and they fucking have. But it's still going up, man. Fucking shocking. Yes, big G's in the house. Big sausage there. Sausage boy.
Big G. Right, I'm shooting, mate, before I get dragged in.
Yeah, man. Yeah, go and get your telling off and get the teammates on.
Still got me fucking work.
You better still be listening, like, I need that view. And hit the like on your way out as well.
Mate, I've got how many people are in?
19.
Oh, that's all right then, because 12 of them are mine. I'm 12 of them on different.
Well, I've got 4 on, so we've got 3 people.
You've got 3 people watching, mate. I'll be back soon, mate.
All right, enjoy your tea. Get that garden done as well. Big up Dave there, the old mucker. Yeah, I can remember that when Dave got a bit carried away and said he was going to knock smoking weed on the head. Like, I said, no, man, just chill, take it easy. Just, it's all about cutting down, isn't it? It's like when we've all tried to pack fags in, haven't we? But it sounds good saying to people, I've stopped smoking. If you see me with a fag, punch me. Never ever say that. Never ever put that much pressure on yourself with anything like that. Saying you're packing in. It is the right way. It is the right way, really, but it's very rarely done. You're better off just saying you're cutting down. Because there's nothing worse, right? You know, when you've stopped smoking, or you've told everyone you've stopped smoking, and because they start congratulating you, don't they? And you start getting respect. People saying, oh, you pack the fags, saying respect. But then the first time you're out with all mates and they're all smoking and you're, why did I say I packed the fags in? It gets to the point where you're going like, you're making excuses, oh, I'll be back in a minute. You're going around the corner smoking a fag because you're embarrassed that you've said you've packed in. Or is that just me? I know it's all I've got, mate. Honestly, I take them off now. I can't see the fucking thing. If you're talking about style, though, yeah? Let's give a little mention here. Look. See them? Now, at $1.99, right? At $1.99 from Home Bargains, yeah? So let's imagine I'm doing this live now and I'm missing a lot of the chat because it's all blurry, yeah? Which is quite a pain in the arse. I can see Robert Lee there. How you doing, Robert? So I'm going to spend a few hours like this looking and thinking, oh, what does that fucking say, right? Or I can go to Home Bargains, spend £1.99 and get my site back. For £1.99, right? Now that's a no-brainer now. I'm in business. But not just that. For that $1.99 as well, you're getting you're getting a zebra pattern on the inside of the arms, right? But not only that, can you see the diamond is here? Look at the diamond. You're getting 4 real diamonds, the real diamonds. So you've got 8 real diamonds there. You've got 8 real diamonds. You've got zebra painting on the inside of the arms. And you've got your site back for £1.99. Well, you're going to take the piss out of that, Big G. Then more fool you, mate. Here he is. Here he is. Boys dropped the Friar Tuck today. He was called Phil Friar Tuck yesterday, Graham. Phil, you missed. For those who missed, I'll do my flavours impression. Now, that was one big bud, right? Sorry about the camera. That was one big bud. And I done, just to get the flavours thing right, I snapped it in half, you know, and showed you the inside of it. Yeah? Sorry about my fingers. I was at work yesterday with fingernails. It can be used for anything, mate. Just basically. And you know what as well, for $1.99, even though I only spent 30 seconds at the 30 seconds at the aisle where all the glasses were, but it was quite a wide spectrum of like designs, colours. And I just thought at $1.99. Now, what's he saying here? Tell you what, when you get yourself some new jeans, right, ones that fit you, and ones that don't rip when you sit down or bend over, right, then I will get some new glasses here. That's a deal. You've all heard that. I'll let you off with that one. I mean, let's not get us wrong. If it at £1.99, if I sat on them and snapped the arm, I'm not going to put some tape on, am I? I'm just going to go and get another pair. In fact, at £1.99, I should have got a pair and bought a spare pair for emergencies. I know, yeah, remember that the first time it was rocking the allergy look like. Here he is. Mr. Kenwright. Big up, Charlie. How are you doing, mate? I hope you're all right. Golf season is upon us, mate. Promise you, this year, right, is the year that I start playing golf again. Was it a few people who were in the chat the other night? Do you remember me telling you that my mate who I bumped into that day at work, told us he was going to play on that course in Uttoxeter? Charlie, I don't know if you've heard of it, right? My mate got some freebies to this course, right? And it's a brand new course. It's owned by JCB, you know, the JCB family, Banford. Lord Bamford, and there's been no expense spared, right? It's a championship course, championship ready. And my mate somehow, he must have something to do with JCB or know someone who works for them, had got this freebie to go and play around, breakfast, around dinner, another round, or nine, or something like that. And I haven't spoken to him yet because it was only yesterday, but I think it was Slim Reaper. While we were in the chat, he must have Googled it, and just have yourself a little look, mate, at that. It's called JCB Golf and Country Club in Utah. One day, might get there for a round, mate, me and you, and Phil Graham. Although it might be a bit of hard work with Phil, because the other day, Charlie, he won't mind me saying this, but he went for a round the other day, and so was it 185, Phil? 185, and that was like, there was a few no returns in that as well. There's a few NRs on the card, you know, where he couldn't even remember how many shots he had. So he was being conservative there. Well, Phil, before he told me that the other day, I was like, yeah, I could have a round with Phil, but I don't know, I like to play golf. But, you know, I like to look for balls as well, so I'll probably be all right with you, Phil. Oh, have you seen it, Charlie? Have you seen it, like? Yeah, mate, just the website. Have a look at the website. Brilliant, man. Yes, Bazzer. Get up there, Baz. I think we all remember Baz, our quiz. The quiz. What? Saying that, what we call him, I got a bit of grief for introducing Baz to these quizzes because he was kicking your asses, wasn't he, for a bit? But then we find out it was the wife who was the brains as well. Baz was the brain. His wife was the brains, yeah. Baz was the fingers, and together they were unbeatable, man. We invented a lot of things, man. England or Great Britain invented a lot of sport, let me tell you. Oh, mate. I mean, I don't know how far Utah is from Middlesbrough, but he left work early the other day. Bazzer, it was, I'm on about Morty. I bumped into Morty in the car park the other day, and he was on his way to Utah on the afternoon. He'd managed to get four ball for now on this JCB course, brand new. Like, have a look at the website, man. Smart as, proper nice. You know what? I know Baz is a golfer as well, right? But we've all any golfer will tell you, right? When you get into golf, you get addicted to it, right? You start going a bit nuts. There's nothing like, say, you're in a competition. Nothing like the night before, you'd have an early night, you know, and be like, oh, I'm not having a drink, I'm having an early night. You've got all your Pringle and your Footjoy and your clubs are all spanking clean. You've been cleaning with a toothbrush and that. You've got a new set of balls, unopened in the box. Everything's perfect, yeah. You're getting up early. You're having a nice breakfast. You're getting to the golf club about an hour before your round, and you're on the pitch, you're on the putting green and that. And you're feeling super confident till you get on the first tee, and then you top it about 5 yards, and like, that's it, it's gone, innit? Do you know what I mean, Baz? It's the first tee jitters, isn't it? Now worse, I mean, I used to go and play with a load of old I'm going to say oldies, yeah. But we're old, but I'll be actually one of them oldies now. But there used to be about 12 of them on the first tee, you know, and they all have the banter, but they're dead serious about the golf. You know, after the round, they have a drink and they have a laugh and take the piss. But when you play golf, they're always like respectable and that, even if you do top the ball on the first tee by about 3 foot. And we all know the feeling. But you'll get you'll get your mates and that. The oldies will be stood there waiting to tee up. They'll be like, oh, take your time, son. Take your time. Slow that swing down. And really, they just want to burst out laughing. Phil, I've been to the Open. I've been to a few. I've been to Troon. I tell you the one I went to. I went to St Andrews when John Daly won. He was in the clubhouse. He was the clubhouse leader on the last round, the last hole, the last putt. Constantine Rocker had a 50-foot putt. 50 foot on the 18th at St Andrews, yeah, to go in to be the joint leader and make it go into a playoff. And he fucking putted it. He putted it, and I was there. I was round the green. And it went into a playoff, and John Daly beat him in the playoff. Big John, man. But yeah, it was a great day out. It's mad because I mean, you can be that far away from them. You can, if you wanted, you could tap all the best golfers in the world on the back when you go to the Open on the last day if you wanted to. You know, you can basically follow them round. You can be that far away from them, man. The heroes, Tiger. I've also been to Troon on the last day as well. I think Nick Price won it. But where's it at? Where's it at, Phil? Oh, doing one of them, eh, Baz? Dodging us, eh? We have had a little mention. I don't know if you've been listening, Baz, since the quizzes. I know I haven't really spoke you much, mate. But I do want often like mention you about, you know, just about your work situation and that, because everyone knows that at the minute, like I hate work, not just me. Dennis, who comes on, he works with us as well. Anyone who doesn't know Bazaria, he used to be my boss at work. Now, I've known him for years and years. And he's now left under a, don't know, would you say under a dark cloud like Bazaar? But it's not getting any better, mate. It's not getting any better. I don't think I'll be there much longer, to be honest, between me and you. Too late for that, I think, mate. T1, how are you doing, matey? I'm going to stick the link out. Nobody has to, I mean, it's up to you if you want to come. I'll be on for a while. Just because none of my mods, you know, my mods are lazy. None of them put the link out or share anyone's channel or anything. But I didn't want to say that, Baz, until you did. But yeah, we were forced out, mate, and I will speak you offline as well, Baz, because there's something else going on now. Something else going on, mate. Pretty much a carbon copy. And there's like a pattern going on. Now I don't want to be part of it anymore. Like, you know what got me, right? This was only a few hours ago, right? So Louise rang me up from work a few hours ago, and we just having a chat about how day's been and whatever. And then she says, "Oh, I've screenshotted a vacancy that she'd seen on Facebook or something, and the vacancy was for a warehouse picker or warehouse operative, right? For Aldi, £16.50 an hour. £16.50 an hour, right? For a warehouse operator at Aldi. And I thought to myself, hang on a minute, £16.50 an hour, right? Depending on where you live in the country, but I'm from the northeast. £16.50 is a decent wage, I tell you. And that's just for a warehouse operator, so you probably need a forklift license, which I've got. I've always had a forklift license. And probably you might need to know a little bit about computers, about inputting whatever in a warehouse. But that's it. I'm thinking I'm not on £16.50 an hour, and all I do all day, is run about doing everyone else's job as well as my own, getting nothing for it, no praise, no extra money. We get no bank holidays. Bank holidays are gone, right? At our factory, bank holidays don't mean anything, right? The King's coronation, that doesn't mean anything. Nobody's getting anything for that. We didn't get a pay rise. What was the other one? They even took an hour's pay off us when we were on night shift, when the clocks went forward. So that little bonus of only doing 11 hours instead of 12 on that Saturday night, right? Let's not forget it was a Saturday night shift, 12 hours. They even took an hour's pay off us for that. And like, for that, they're paid us less than £16.50 an hour. They're not older, you're paying somebody who drives a forklift truck. And it just, when she told me about that, it just made me more determined to like not be there. Barry, you know it, mate. You know it, mate. It's even worse now, Barry. It's even worse, mate. Honestly, I couldn't begin to tell you. All I ask of you, right, Barry, mate. And Dennis as well. I don't know if Dennis is listening, but Dennis can't get in the chat. But I have told him at work is please, right, don't tell anyone else about this website, about this channel, yeah, that we work with, because that would be my worst nightmare. No, I don't mind you and Dennis, and other people know I do a bit on YouTube, but nobody knows the link or anything. But it's only take that link to get in the wrong hands at work, and I'd be in trouble, I would guess. But it also means that I can actually talk about work on these lads, you know, which I do quite often. So what's in the pipeline anyway, Barry? Are you going to have the summer off or what? Because I'm not going to lie, right? I want the summer off. I'm 50-year-old. I've never been out of a job in my life. I've paid national insurance for 34 years, tax for 34 years, paid for everything, prescriptions, everything. Never had anything off the government or anything. And even the company I've worked for, where I've worked for this company basically 3/4 of like my working life for the same company, and still still no better thought of than somebody who works for the agency who's been there for like 3 days, 3 shifts. But let me tell you, when I go from that place, the day, you know what? I don't think I'll physically hand my notes in at that place. But however I go out, I will be going out telling them exactly what I think of them. These little example for it. It's just an example of what it's like to work, right? So we've got a new plant manager, right, who's in charge of everything, basically. Everything on that plant, he's in charge of, right? He oversees all of that, right? Well, this fella has came from a company where I used to work. Barry's worked for them. I used to work for them to do the same as what we do, food packaging, plastic. So he's came from that company as he was in a managerial role, but now he's gone up a step and he's gone to plant manager now, so he's got a bit more responsibility. Yeah. Now he's come to our place with a reputation because a few people have worked with him before, and the reputation is that he's a fucking knobhead. Absolute knobhead, right? So in this day and age, you've got a knobhead in charge of the whole plant, right? A lot of responsibility, but he's a knobhead, right? He's that much of a knobhead that the company who he's left have just got into administration, right? So there's a lot of skilled people there who are going to be made redundant. Where I work now and where Barry's just left, we're crying out for experienced tool setters like what we do. There's loads of experienced tool setters have just been made redundant at a factory up the road, but none of them will come and work at our place because of this fella, because he's a fucking knobhead. So how bad's that? Because your boss is absolute twat. You'd rather be on the dole than go and work for him. So we are working for him. So you can imagine, can't you? There's probably 20 lads there who would love a job, but they're not because they don't like this guy. They'll realise that the people who actually interviewed him and have given the position, given the post, will now realise, or soon realise, that why does nobody want to work for us? Do you reckon, Howler? Yeah, man. Well, you'd be a perfect example, Barry, as to, you know, when somebody leaves who's been at a place for a long time, when somebody decides they're going to leave and it's under a bit of it, you know, when you leave somewhere like that, it's normally for a reason, isn't it? Like a bad reason. But people would sort of look to you to be the voice of people who still work there, you know, to like have a dig in a little bit, have a little dig. Say, you know what? Fucking this and this and this. Because you're going anyway. That's where I'm planning on doing. Let me tell you. It's like, however, it's like, have a look what Jimmy said. Yeah. Well, on that point, right, when we got took over, about a year ago by this new company. It's a family run. It's a family-based business. Yeah, it's family run, and they've got millions. They've got millions, and it's obviously a big thing for them. They've took a big step up and took this huge. Well, they're probably thinking it's a gamble, and yeah, even though they've got loads of money, it can still go wrong. But I think it's all right for them. They're making money in that. But you know, it's how it's not just it's how you run the business. How you run the business when you've got no respect for 90% of your staff. You know, and you find it hard to even appreciate them. Like I'm talking, you wouldn't get a pat on the back or I've never had a pat on the back or a thank you in 15 years at work. They just forget. They forget how old you are. Like I'm 50 now. I'm not 21 anymore. But the older you get, the less work you want to be doing, basically. So less manual work, anyway. No, it shouldn't be like that. Shouldn't. All right, you might not like your boss, but you don't have to like them. But and you don't have to be the friend or anything. But you know, even what's it take out of your day to say thanks to someone or come and introduce yourself to somebody? Pathetic. Does my head in, to the point where I'm literally don't know whether when I go to work on the morning, don't know whether I'll still be there by the afternoon. Yeah. Well, the thing is now, the law's changed now, hasn't it? The law is, or it's a lot more for the employee, isn't it? The employer has to face up to a lot more now. And you can't be you've got to go down the right channels, you know, to get rid of somebody. Got to do it right, because if you don't, you get a solicitor involved or a union involved, and you've done something wrong, you've sacked somebody when you shouldn't have. You're going to pay for it, basically. I think it still does go on now because people don't know the laws. People get sacked and just accept it. Yeah. Yeah. So he's a one for you. An example, a prime example of this. I don't go a little bit off the weed thing, but we'll be back on that in a minute. But prime example of that is when somebody gets promoted. When somebody gets a promotion at work, the way that person changes, you know. There can be one of the lads on the Monday, get promoted on the Tuesday, and wouldn't be the same lad. You'd be like, fuck me, what's happened to you? We've got a bit of that going on at work as well. It's in its infancy stages, but the signs are already there. Yeah, it's happening now, Baz. You know exactly what I'm on about. But having the days gone of, what did they call them, charge hands? You know, these floor supervisors who were in charge of a little team, and they'd have like one of them grey fucking overcoats on, wouldn't they? And their job basically was just to go around shouting at people, calling them wankers and lazy bastards and that. That's like what it's like where we work. It's not far off that. You think to yourself, hang on a minute, you've got you raising your voice to me. You're raising your voice to me in front of other people. Like, oh, who the fuck are you? Now I'm not Barry knows. I'm not somebody who loses my rag very easily. Like, it's not a reputation that I've got at work. I'm quite chilled out, yeah, and I can take a lot. I can take a lot of shit basically, but get to the point now where it's only going to take a few wrong words by a wrong person, and I'm going to blow my top. I don't want to, but it's getting worse by the day. Like, that's the one bit. But yeah, I don't know. You gonna do anyway, Barry? I asked you, didn't I? Mate? Are you having the summer off, or because you know what else? Baz? And everyone in the chat, right? I waste a lot of money, yeah. Now I think I'm working hard for that one, and I'm still my head in working for that money. I hate working for that money, and then I'm wasting it. A car, for instance, I've got a car there that gets me to work and back, and then I think to myself, that's all I use this car for, really. Now it's costing me a few £100 a month to pay for it, yeah. Then I'm paying nearly £700 insurance a year. Then I'm putting petrol in it, and then it needs MOT and it needs taxing. And I've sat and I've thought that car's costing me £100 a week just to keep on the roads, just to have sat on the drive, £100 a week. I'm thinking, nah, that £100 is just wasted, you know what I mean? Then there's other things, there's bigger things than that are waste, not drugs or anything. I just waste money. And when you're not enjoying making that money, you're even less enjoying fucking wasting it. So yeah, I think I'm going to have to practice my interviewing skills like that. Because I've only ever I didn't even have an interview for this job I've got now. Because I'd worked there before and I'd left on good terms. I didn't even have to have an interview when I came back. Like, I've been back there 15 years. Didn't even have to have an interview. It just took me back. But so I've only ever had like probably 2 interviews in my whole life. But do you still wear a flute for an interview, like for a suit? Do people still wear suits for work, or do you just go for an interview like smart? But I don't remember. But for my first ever interview for a while, yes, I'd be thick for my dad's suit. I can imagine what I look like. You reckon, Baz? So do you reckon if 2 people, say there was 2 people went for a job, and the bloke, there was 2 people interviewing them, right? Now, they both had exactly the same. They were both good. They were both perfect for the job. How do you separate them? Do you think that a suit could be a game changer? If one had a suit on and one only had a shirt on, would that be a reason, like a first impression type of thing? You didn't wear that paisley one from Primark, did you, Baz? Told you about that one, mate. Get shot of it. I know you're getting your money's worth. You got it from the charity shop, and you've had your money's worth out. Just let it go, son. They do some nice shirts in Matalan and that now, I think, or out the catalogue or something. That's a classic. I like that. That's tickled me, that one. Like, oh, you still got the kid beside as well, Baz. I mean, no wonder you didn't get the job. I don't know how they kept a straight face. I tell you what freaked me out. If I have to have an interview and it's done online, you know, on a Zoom call, and like my son has them all the time. He went in, he had an interview a few weeks ago, and he thought it was a one-on-one interview. He went in, it was a Zoom call, there was 15 other people there, all on the same screen. Boxes of people sat there waiting to be interviewed. And not only that, but they all watched while you had your interview. Man, I wouldn't be able to do it, I don't think. You take it like a man. We saw that guy down there. Well, that's a valid reason, Baz. You didn't mention football in the interview, did you? What type of things did they ask you in an interview now? What I wouldn't have a fucking clue. Wouldn't have a clue. I'd probably just go a bit. Do they still do like you're waiting in there? So were you sat in like the waiting room, Baz, outside the door? Was it closed and that? Was it all like dead serious and knock come in, walking in with your suit and your briefcase under your arm and that? Jim Smith's going in hard today. Like. We believe you, mate. I believe you more if you lost that last bit, the only joking bit. I know, I understand what pip is now. You're on here, you know, you're on full pip and that. But I know exactly what it is now. I wouldn't mind being on it, actually. Save me £100 a week, wouldn't it? I think that was a tactic, that, Barry. That might have been a tactic, you know, just to see if you could lose your rag or whatever. Nah, Baz, if you can afford it, mate, right, here's my advice to you, right? A lot of people in this chat will probably agree with me, right? Mate, you're 50-odd-year-old, right? You've worked all your life. You had a hard year last year. If you can afford it, or if it means that you can't have steak that week or for 1 week of the month, have the summer off, mate. Have the summer off. Because, obviously, I probably wouldn't have been given this advice a few years ago, but well, there you are. I'm on about getting rid of my car, right? Because I can't afford it. And Baz has just been out and bought a brand new fucking motorbike. What did you sell your other one, Barry? Or is this your third now? Because you already had two, didn't you? Barry's one of these. He's got a car And he's got where he had 2 cars and 2 motorbikes, you know. I tell you what, isn't the TT races on Barry? You know, Barry normally goes to TT races every year, the Isle of Man. He normally goes for the weekend. Are you not going there? Sure, it's on soon, isn't it? Got to be a bit nuts to go there, like. Got to be a bit nuts, haven't you, to go to that TT? I mean, you got to be nuts just to go and watch it, never mind fucking going in it. You're taking your life in your own hands. Take your life in your own hands, just go and watching it, because someone dies every year, don't they? 32 days time, yeah. So I guess you're still going. Yeah, the Isle of Man. That crazy fucking... Oh, mate. You cannot get any crazier than the TT race, the Isle of Man. It is. It is like... I mean, Barry rides bikes there. You've got a bike as well. Barry's like... but you only like get yours out in when the weather gets all right, don't you? That's like sensible, you know. But I'm betting he's still come off it a few times. I was never allowed one, you know. Our family was never allowed one because my uncle died on the... My mum's brother died on the... He was on the back. And he was only 21. So we were sort of... it was frowned upon in our family if you got a motorbike. So I've never had one. But I am thinking about an electric bike. I'm thinking hard about an electric bike as well. Because I know where there is one. I'm not going to pinch it. My friend's got one, but he doesn't know that. I know he doesn't use it. Are the end of the day, you have got to have a little bit of screws to get to have a motorbike, haven't you? Because even though I don't ride motorbikes, and I'm not like a boy racer in my car. Never have been a boy. I've never been a petrol head. But I know for a fact that once you get a motorbike, all you ever want to do on a motorbike is go faster, don't you? You know, you might start off nervous, but every time you get on that bike, you're going to want to push it a little bit more, aren't you? It happens every day, mate. I bet you there's deaths every day on motorbikes. You just don't hear about them, do you? But you know, they always come off worse, don't they? But I did get advice of somebody. I heard somebody make a comment, a biker, that his advice was, if you're going to be a biker, you've got to act as if you own the road. You know, when you're on your bike, you own that road. That's the way. That was his advice. You know, you can't be timid when you're on a bike. It is, isn't it? Fucking hell. I mean, the TT race has taken it to another level. But what's it called? What they call the bikes, you know, the racing bikes, the 2 that they have, or top Formula One, is it? The equivalent of Formula One in racing. You see what they're doing, 200 mile an hour. Yes, my mate. Well, I'd say Genghis for ages, man. Big up Genghis. Respect. Genghis be looking forward to the MotoGP. Thank you, Baz. That's what I meant. Genghis be looking forward to the Man United Man City final there. I think we all knew that was going to happen. Isn't it mad, right? So the FA Cup, every team in England can be in the FA Cup every year. The only competition in the world where a non-league team of welders or postmen can win the FA Cup. Not that it's ever happened, but isn't it mad how way back in the season, you know, playing this team, non-league teams playing, and then right at the end, 6 months down the line, Man United are playing Man City. I mean, be a good game, but I still think the beauty of the FA Cup is when you get like a Man United Lincoln final or something like that. But you also don't agree about having the semi-final at Wembley. It takes the shine off it, doesn't it? What do you think? There's a big statement there. I reckon it's the best chance for them with now they've got Haaland firing on all cylinders. It's got to be the difference if they can't do it this year. If they can't win the Champions League, which we all know, that's what they want. I bet you were fuming, Genghis, and any other Man United fans. I've only just started watching the football again. I like football, but I only just started watching or taking a bit of interest over the last few months. But I watched the Man United Seville game at Old Trafford, first leg. Mate, they absolutely tortured them, didn't they, for 45 minutes. Should have been 5-0 up. I think they went in 1-0 or 2-0 up. They come out the second half and you just see what was going to happen. They thought, going to get a goal here. And not only did they get one, they got two. And that was a bad night for the Reds. No, is that the Scottish Cup? Is that the same up there? Well, so the equivalent up there is obviously Rangers, Celtic. Out of the last 20 Scottish Cup finals, how many haven't had Celtic or Rangers in them? Or how many have had Celtic v Rangers? Pick up the posties. I'm just, what did I say? Posties and welders. You know. I mean, where do you get that? Where do you get that shit from? Out of all the jobs that I could have picked, I picked welders, posties, some strange reason. Too right. That's the only thing about being like a fan of Man United fan. You know, when you look at the crowd, does anyone notice when you look at the crowd at Man United, there's loads of kids there, like women, loads of women in the crowd, loads of kids. Now, they're all paying God knows how much for a season ticket at Old Trafford. They're paying a lot of money, like especially if you're taking the whole family, which I imagine a lot of them will have 4 season tickets right next to each other. Full family. That's like, me, I wouldn't even like to think. That's like a brand new car for some people. I think in Middlesbrough, I think in the Championship this season, the season ticket for an average seat, I'd say £500, 450. Definitely 400 for a season ticket at Middlesbrough. And I think it'll obviously go up if we get the Premiership next season. It'll go up. I don't know that one, mate, 'cause I'm not Scottish football, not really up on it, like, I'll be honest. The Battle of Britain. What are we calling the Battle of Britain? Man United, Rangers, Man United, Celtic, Liverpool, Celtic. I tell you what, just while we're on the football thing, yeah, I'll be honest, Genghis didn't know much about that Ten Hag, before he came there. I hadn't really heard of it. But what about thingy who's gone to Aston Villa for me? What he's done? What he's done at Villa? He used to be the Arsenal manager, didn't he? And even I mentioned it the other night. I forgot his name again. He's about 8-year-old, but he's gone back to Crystal Palace. He's been England manager. Memories, fucking shot. Rangers Leeds. Oh, that's the Battle of Britain, is it? I know that now. Unai Emery, that's the one. Roy Hodgson, thank you very much, Al. That's 2 to you there, Al. He's on fire. But you didn't get a point for that, mate. Little dig there. Dig. Yeah, but what I'm saying about Man United fans, it's the expectation, isn't it? You're expected to win every game, aren't you? And to be fair, Man United do win most games that they play. So it's all about how you win, whether you win in style or you get it's a fluky win or you were lucky, you know what I mean? But having that expectation, when you're a Middlesbrough fan, you take anything, Any Middlesbrough fan will tell you they're eternal optimists. Still, I'll try and find the numbers right and the facts and the data, but I'm sure Middlesbrough for the Championship have always had the best following. They've always sold all the tickets out for away game all the time. No matter what date on Tuesday night in London, they'd still sell their away tickets. We've got a core. I'm not sure how old you are, Genghis, but I remember Man United under Ron Atkinson. I think I couldn't really go any further back than that, but I'm talking in goal, Gary, what was he called? Gary Bailey, Norman Whiteside, Robbo, Strachan. That's how far I'm going back with Man U. Again, you see Middlesbrough, quite a bogey team for Man United. I don't know if you already knew that, but it's a well-known fact that we are a bogey team for Man United. We've had some belting games for years. We always do well, even at Old Trafford. He always gives us a good game. I showed the start of my live the other night. I showed, it was a 10-minute highlight from Ravanelli's debut for Middlesbrough. His home day, I think it was his actual debut, but it was at home against Liverpool. And we drew 3-3, and Ravanelli on his debut scored a hat-trick. Unbelievable. But back in them some belting games with Man United. Gary Bailey, the keeper. 1986, that'll be about right. So I'll have been 13. There's a few facts about Norman Whiteside. He's the youngest person ever to play the World Cup as well. Can't see ever being beaten as well. I think he was 17. I said to Dennis from work has been here. He's a Liverpool fan, but we always talking about football. And when I found out, I sort of knew Brighton were playing Man United. But could anyone remember Brighton Man United? Was it the final? Like 20, 30 years ago. And the vision I've got of it is it Steve Foster with a headband. So he played for Brighton, a white headband, curly black hair, Steve Foster. Brighton Man United FA Cup final, I think it was. Oh, there's the games on tonight, is there? Oh, I'll have them on in the background, man. Keep us up to date. Was he? I always remember the FA Cup final, Liverpool-Wimbledon. Remember, you all know what I'm going to say when I think they just kicked off. The pig played about 20 seconds and Vinnie Jones just went straight through Steve McManaman and knocked him for 6. Wasn't even a yellow card. We all know what happened in that final, don't we? Could nobody verify that the headband, Steve Foster headband thing for Brighton? I must be too old. I must be a lot older. Genghis. I am 50 now, like. Just realised the time as well, 7:20. I'm not going off. But honestly, nearly been on 3. I've been on nearly 3 hours. I felt like it just sat down. Got a little bit off tangent with the weed thing. But Phil, I don't know if did you hear any of the start of this bit, or we did skirt over a few subjects, but I did want to go in a lot deeper, I'll be honest, Will. Oh, is my Wi-Fi playing up? If my Wi-Fi starts playing up, people, just give us a heads up in the chat. So I know it was doing it the other night. Yeah, man, cool. Yeah, definitely got to get with golfing, like Phil. I'm itching to get out. I'll be honest. Now I've seen the weather and that. The weather's starting to get better. I've just cut that a day. Gas going, man. You can talk about Gaza today. Gaza, came at Borough, didn't he? Granted, he was in his twilight days, but he did come at Middlesbrough. I'm sure his first game was semi-final against Arsenal at the Riverside, semi-final of the FA Cup. He came on. I think we beat Arsenal. Sure, we got the final. Oh, we might. No, I'm not sure. But Gaza, in the short time he was at Borough, and see the stories I've heard, the most well-known one was when they were going to an away game, and the coach driver of the players' coach, went to the toilet or something before they left. So Gaza jumped in, was driving the team bus, and fucking crashed it. Crashed the team bus. But I remember at Middlesbrough at one point it was a bad drinking culture. Paul Merson came there when he was heavy on the drink. There's quite a few. Gaza, and that's why we had people forget who's actually played for Borough. Ray Parler was there for a long time as well. Yes, Quaver, big up yourself. Yeah, man. Everyone loves Gaza. You know, it's a bit sad, like what it is now, where he is now. I haven't seen anything of him for a while, but I think he's prone to the odd relapse. I know that alcoholic, but visually, last time I seen him, he was slurred. His words were slurred, and that speech wasn't good. But as a player, unbelievable, man. There's that one as well, mate. Yeah. They left that out of the show. Did you see that ITV show? The drama last week, I think, was over 3 nights. Well, because the Ralmore thing started off only about 40 miles up the road. So it was pretty local, it was. So I've heard the Ralmore story 100 times, you know, I've seen all the documentaries. So when this thing come out, I wasn't really that fussed about it. Did I think it was any good? It was all right. It was all right. But for anyone who didn't know the story, who just heard of Ralmore, it's quite a story, like quite some boy. I mean, let's face it, where was it? Rothbury, where he ended up. Didn't he evade the police for 5 days in that wood? Now, to survive 5 days in the middle of nowhere, all he had was basically a tent. To even have, when you look at a few of the facts, to even have the wherewithal to leave a message on a mobile phone in that wood, knowing it was going to get found before they found him. He left a message on a mobile phone saying why he was doing it all, and he must have been. He was 3 days away from killing himself, but he still did that. But just to evade the police, it just shows you. I mean, all the technology that the police have got at the drop of a hand. They can't find a man for 5 days who everyone's looking for. Thousands of people look for him. They know where he is, but they can't find him. Just that in itself. Yeah, Basil will know him. Basil was very close proximity to where that happened, where that first shooting was. But if you want my opinion on it, I blame because she, in the drama, in the drama, I think his girlfriend, they did portray her as like, I think she was a lot to blame. She was to blame more than anybody for everything that happened. I mean, when she wound him up, didn't she, saying that her new boyfriend was a policeman, karate instructor, you know, that didn't do any good. That just made it worse. That poor fella, though, you know, the karate instructor, fair dues. He was already heavily invested in her, wasn't he, before she told him that Raoul was getting out of prison. I mean, what was he going to do? Turn around and say, "Oh, I'm off. I'm going to leave here." He would, no matter how scared he was, he's not going to. He's not going to say, "Oh, come on, let's leave. Come on, let's fuck off." He faced it, and mate, like I remember, I know in the show, like his parents and that, the lad's parents, fucking hell. I've watched all them. I'm still watching now. I'm always looking for a new series, you know, murders and stuff like that. Stuff. So he did, didn't he? Yeah, going back to Gaz, he turned up when he turned up Rothbury, didn't he, in his Range Rover, however, and he was trying to get a chicken sandwich or something to a we called Morty, wasn't it? Oh, I know Morty. Fucking mad, isn't it? Although he did later admit Gaza that he was embarrassed by that. So don't even think he can remember doing it. Or vaguely remembers doing it. So we've got Premiership games on, right? Have we? I'll have to get them up. Get them up on the. Is Bazza still in? Bazza, do you smoke weed? Do you smoke weed, then? Just no. Going back to the title of this show, you do. It's mad that, Baz, because you don't smoke, do you? Here, Barry, he's a one for you, Baz. Between me and you, yeah. Guess who's there? Well, you might already know, but I was shocked. Somebody who's recently joined our shift has now started smoking. And it's so weird, man, seeing him at smoke hut at work with a fag. It's weird. Yeah. Did you know that, Pat? It's weird, man. So somebody I've known for years has never smoked, right? Or I've thought they never smoked. And the other day, I went to have a smoke, and he's this fella, which I was like, what the fuck's he doing in here? He's got a fag in his mouth. It's a classic case, isn't it? You know, when you say it to someone, I was like, what the fuck are you doing smoking? Oh, I only have 5 a day. 5 a day. Yeah, we were getting like there was no script for this live stream, but before or last night, I was thinking, like, everybody does it, don't they, or has done it. There's that many different things that you implications of it, and side effects, how much it costs, everything, man. And I just thought, if ever there's a subject where everyone can get involved, smoking weed. Plus, I've been told that looks all right, as well. I even done the snapping bit, didn't I, for you? But honestly, my knowledge of weed, you could probably give me a bag of you could probably give me in one of them little deal bags. Right? Say I was going to meet someone for a 20 bag, yeah, and it was dark. Let's say it was dark, right? I'm meeting him on the corner, giving me 20 quid, and he gives me a bag, and I would probably look at the bag as I was walking away, and it could. I'm not going to lie. If it was parsley or some sort of herbs, right, I probably wouldn't realise until I opened the packet when I got it in the house. So that's that. Where did I see that there? Here, Genghis, and everyone in the chat, check this out, right? So I got a letter the other day off the DVLA, right? I've got it here now. So it's a letter off the DVLA dated the 13th of April, right? Failure to insure, and then my registration number, right? Then the vehicle type, and then underneath, our records show you are the registered keeper of this vehicle. The motor insurance database showed it was not insured on the 13th of the 4th, 23. This is an offence, and to avoid prosecution, you must pay a penalty of £100 in full by the 22nd of May. If I pay by the 15th, it will be reduced to £50. The second option is to insure your vehicle immediately or tell us if you have sold it. Then option 3 is make a statutory off-road notification, a SON, immediately. Fucking bullshit, man. I've been insured. I'm insured. I've got proof that I'm insured, so how the hell's that happened? So will that have been like, I must have been, I am insured. I'm fucking insured. I swear down, I've got the proof. So I've got it now. I think, I seem to remember when I went to Leeds the other week, or it might have been somewhere else, but I'd gone past a van. But I thought it was a police. See, I don't get that. The DVLA, it's a police matter if you're not insured as well, isn't it? It's a police matter. So was that a DVLA? To the DVLA put the cameras out in them vans on the motorway, like taking to see who's insured, or is that a police thing? But yeah, I'll be interested to see what's happened there, because now I've got to fill a form in like that and send it off to prove. I've got to provide the certificate of insurance from the insurance provider. I must contact the insurance provider to make them aware of the alleged offence and ask them to update the motor insurance database. So it looks like it's a fault of the insurer. Looking at that, looks like the DVLA taking no no responsibility. They think they're right, and if it isn't, it's my insurer who's got to sort it out. So it's not even just a case of me proving to them until the company I'm insured with updates to say I am insured, then I'm liable to pay that thing. The way they put it, the way they worded it, right? The way the wording was, it said on that day I wasn't insured. So that tells me that they know that I'm insured now. But on that day I wasn't. You know, as if like I'd left a day between my policies or something. But it wasn't even that. My policy renewed in March. Yeah, it looks like it is the insurance, like. Exactly. So I was the DVLA. I mean, it's like when you get a quote now, when you ask for a new quote, and it says, have you had any claims in the last 4 years, which is ridiculous, right? Because I'm paying through the back teeth for a little bump I had 3 years ago. Just because it was my fault, I'm paying double the insurance for the next 3 or 4 years because of that. Doesn't matter how big the accident was, it's your fault. And they crucify you for like 3 or 4 years, man. But you can't even get away with saying you haven't, because they know straight away now on a database. They know every claim against you, when it was. So you can't get around that. It does my head insurance. I can understand you do need it, but the prices now they're asking, man. Like for a young one now who's just passing the test, not only have they got to find hundreds and hundreds of pounds for driving lessons, they've got to pass a theory test, which costs about £50. If you fail it, you've got to wait and pay your £50 again. And when you pass that, you've then got to pass your driving test within a certain amount of time before that theory test becomes invalid, and you have to do that again. So not only you've got all that, but then you've got to buy a car, get it roadworthy, and then insure it, and then pay the price of petrol, like what we're paying now. Tell you, this is the God's honest truth. When I was 17, I was paying £5 for a driving lesson, right? I had 6 driving lessons, and then I passed my test, and 3 of my mates had exactly the same. We had the same instructor. £5 an hour, no theory test, all passed first time. Back in them days, you could drive whatever car you wanted with no tax, not even passing. I was driving in a car that wasn't insured or anything before I passed my test. I had loads of people have. Back in the day, it was nothing, was it really? You got a producer, didn't you? And then you somehow managed to get out of that. We could photocopy a tax disc, and we could take a car out on a night and put £3 petrol in, £1 each, you and your mates, and you drove about all night from that £4 worth of petrol. We got clipped. Is that what it is now, £9? But going back to the subject, I'm driving, right? This does link in. So now if you get pulled up by the police and they have the suspect that you've been smoking weed, or there's a smell of weed in the car, or showing signs that you're under the influence, right? So you now get these swab tests, don't you? So if I'm pretty sure that these tests that they've got, I know they're only new, like the last 5 years or whatever, but I'm sure that they're made to test whether you've had a joint in the last 24 hours or something, like to test the level of it in your system. So if I'm saying that anyway, half the people in the country must be driving, like under the influence, Back in my day, scary to think what I've never ever drunk drive, but never ever drunk drive, right? But we used to drive. We used to go clubbing on a Thursday night, and like we'd have like acid or something like that. And one of us would always drive home, like take turns, like driving home on acid. But you didn't even think anything of it. Sounds fucking crazy, but it wasn't just like, oh, right, let's get us home, and you're looking out for the police. Man was going on a road trip off your nut, 2:30 in the morning. You weren't bothered about it, getting pulled over or anything. Fucking hell, now wouldn't even dare get behind the wheel. You'd had a joint last week, no driving for a week. Yeah, mini metro. You know what I had? My first car, right? My first car I bought with 20 pence pieces, right? My uncle knew the fella who was selling it, right? It was on like a car lot, and he wanted £120 for it, right? It was a Talbot Sunbeam, right? It was T-Reg red, and I wanted it. You know what I mean? I hadn't passed my test, but I wanted it, right? £120. I had £120 in 20 pence pieces, right? What saved up. But this was when I was like 17. My uncle said, do you want it? He said, give us £100. I'll get it for you for £100. So I give him £100 in 20 pence pieces, right? Come back an hour later with the car. There you go. And that was my first ever car, Talbot Sunbeam, for £100. And then I found out later that he'd only paid him 75 quid for it. So my own uncle ripped us off, man, 25 bucks. Mate. You know what? You know what's mad? Even remember the number plate. I remember the number plate of that car, TVN 411S. I remember the number plate of my second car, which I kept on the Talbot thing. It was a Talbot Horizon. Must have been big in them days, them Talbot Horizons. OBR 972T. First two ever cars, man. Had a cassette player in it that could only get Atlantic 252, on long wave. Atlantic 252. Man, I've had every car going, but I had a mini metro for a while. And see when I got rid of it, the bloke who I sold it to, like for about 50 quid or something, he said, "Fuck me." He said, "It's a wonder your feet weren't like touching the floor when you were driving, like got through the floor." Because he said what was left under the driver's seat was about like a Whistler paper of like metal, and then it was just the floor, the road. You remember chokes when you had a manual choke on your car? Or still a leg rose, mate. Montegos, remember them? The old Montego. What was the other one? Oh, I remember Chevette. Can anyone remember the Chevette, Vauxhall Chevette? They were naughty, them. They were bad. Didn't get much worse than them. Or the Maxi, who remembers the Maxi? Can you really? Remember them poppers? They're fucking mad, them, aren't they? I guess I used to have somebody walk in front of me first, for my first car. So a guy telling people I was coming. That's it then. It's the saliva thing, isn't it? Yeah. But you could see that was going to come. Them tests were coming, but couldn't you? They had to, really. Oh, Maestros, classics. Classics like ugly, yeah, mate. Pure ugly, like horrible. Al's had the Montego thing. He's rocked the Montego look. I didn't even ask you what colour it was, Al. But it was mustard, wasn't it? I tell you what, I've had, right? No word of a lie, right? I bought, this is when I was about 18, right? I bought a Mark II Escort. It was P-Reg, right? The old P-Reg. It was, no lie, it was bogey green, right? It was bogey green. And I'd only had it 2 days, right? I was driving it home from work and it conked out on us, right? And the oil pump went on it after 2 days of me having it. I think I paid £150. But I knew the lad. And he took it back and put me another engine in it, right, for now. And he gave me it back about 3 days later with another engine in it. And I had it for ages. Bright green, right? And at the top, and just to finish the story off, I sold it to another lad who I worked with for about 50 quid or something, right? He fucking sprayed it luminous pink. He sprayed it luminous pink and drove about in it. I still torture him now about that. I still know him now. Tries to say that he didn't fucking remember. Horrible, that man, the shot. Oh. In that same bracket, Sean, is the Chevette and the Maxi. Vauxhall Beaver. Yeah, when I left school, it was the thingies were big. The Astra GEs had just come out. Like the decent shape. If you had a Nova SRI, there were Nova GEs. There were good. Renault 5 turbos, XR2s, XR3s, Orion 1.6 gears. Man, loads of nice cars back in the day. In fact, you still see a few of them now. You still see a few XR3Is in mint condition. What about the Cosworths? Have you seen how much they're going for now? I think the record just got broke, a few weeks ago for a Cosworth, original Cosworth, like really, like must be the best example of one. Went for over £500,000, I'm pretty sure. Not even lying. I think Buggies did a video on it. Oh, Capri, my dad had a Capri. First car, like I remember, is a red Capri my dad had. Yeah, they were naughty then, weren't they? You still do see the odd one of them now, them 2.8 gears, the Capris, you still see them now. Yeah, fucking retro them days. I had an XR2R, I remember them, the XR2Rs. And can anyone remember? They always rusted round the pedal cap. So everyone I've ever seen, man included, just started rusting around the pedal cap. And then I started noticing other ones, and they all had rust around the pedal cap. Like, what the fuck? I even got it sprayed. Like, paid me mate 20 quid or something at the time, and I took it back down the metal, resprayed it, and the rust started coming back through after about 3 weeks. Oh, Starsky Nuts, what was that car, man? That was fucking bad, that car. I remember having that car as a kid, you know, as a toy. Starsky Nuts. Here's a question for you, not that anyone can answer, right? But can anyone remember the theme tune from Starsky and Hutch? So, because you are in the chat, right? Obviously, you're not going to be able to tell me, you know. So what I'll do is I will hum the tune, and you have to tell me if I'm right. Let me have a think first, though. The Dukes of Hazzard. I remember the show, yeah. How I can remember the music of Starsky and Hutch, right? So if I get it right, you can tell us, mate. No, I don't know. Oh, yeah, because I don't think I've got it right. I've got a bit of it. Dukes of Hazzard, I remember. Yeah, they had some nice cars, didn't they? Yeah, mate, that'll be worth a fortune, man, I'm telling you. Yeah, I just asked Buggies, man. Buggies is, yes, bad dancer. See you there, mate. Sorry, I didn't say hi. Yeah, I'm guessing there's a few of us that were in our late 40s here or early 50s because we all remembering the same shit. Right, Starsky music. Starsky and Hutch. Starsky and Hutch music. I'll have to get back here. I can see them now. I can see, let's have a think. Who was it? It was Paul. What was he called? Starsky and Hutch, what were they called? Paul Michael Glazier. And the other one was a singer as well, wasn't he? Paul Michael Glazier and do do da 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 do 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 da. You're all doing it now, aren't you? You're all humming the Starsky Nuts tune. Do do da 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 do 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 da da. I'm gonna have to get it up now, aren't I? Let's have a look. Just because it'll kill me. Can't believe it, man. It's mad, isn't it? All I put in Google there, right, was STAR. Bear in mind, star is quite a word used worldwide every second of the day, yeah? I only got to put the S in after stars, and Starsky and Hutch theme tune came up on Google straight away. fucking the world we live in now. Here we go. We'll probably get copyrighted. Sorry about the lag. See what you mean now about the dad, the do, yeah. David Soul, Paul Michael Glazier. Right, for a bonus point, who played Huggy Bear? Who played Huggy Bear? Maybe that is taking me back. Huggy Bear was like a pimp, wasn't he? Fucking Huggy Bear, man. That's it, Owlhead. You were right, mate. You were perfectly right with that. I should have, my bad, I should have known that. You know, giving man clues like that. Hey, I've just noticed you two were in the chat there. And bloody hell. Thank you, Sean, mate. It was Antonio Fargas played Huggy Bear. Jim thought thinks it's Snooter. Come on, Owlie, you got to be a bit quicker, man, if you want to beat Sean. You're off, Genghis, lad. Yeah, man, good luck for the game. Who are you playing? Who are they playing? I'm going to have a look. Who's a gooner then? Are you a gooner, Howler? You're not a gooner, are you? I know you can do, I know you're good at impressions. I remember on Daryl's. Came on, didn't you? I think you've been on mine as well. I know where you got your name from, Howlhead, as well. I only realised a couple of weeks ago because I've just started watching the UFC a lot more. And Howlhead is one of the sponsors of the UFC, isn't it? I remember saying to Louise, I said, look there, does that say Howlhead on that, right on the octagon? And I said, that's Howlhead, that's where Howlhead's got his name from. While I remember, big shout out to 100% Banter here, who I do watch most of his lives, like I love listening. He did a live either last night or today, and somebody came in his chat, Arthur Bar. Has anyone seen him, Arthur Bar? Arthur Bar. He covered the Banter's chat and Banter went. He was being serious while he went, does anyone know Arthur Bar? I just burst out laughing. I don't think he got it. Like, he probably will have done it just after, but at that point, he said, does anyone know Arthur Bar? You know, as if he was backstage or something. I think it was fucking Arthur Bar. If I'm wrong, Banter, let us know, mate. Oh yeah, I know you're Man United, Genghis, lad. Howler, what's Howler? You know what? This is one of the channels where Sean never had a spanner, have you, mate? He's never, because, but it's not because I don't think he's good for being a mod, but we don't really, never really needed them in here, to be honest. Always, don't know. I think the spanner, I mentioned it the other night, that the spanner now, the spanner has lost its purpose now. You know, it was there originally for or to share links and stuff, but hardly anyone shares links anymore, to be honest. The odd one, the odd one or two. You know what? We've got a few. Phil, let me ask Phil, yeah. One of my trusted followers, yeah. Phil, is it okay for me to have one Skinner, yeah? When I've got a mixture in front of me, yeah, of what I grinded, yeah, like a short, yeah. So I've got some of this already grinded, right, in a tub, mixed with tobacco, yeah. Is it okay to have a one Skinner, or is that like just not on? No, you can't be bothered rolling one or doing 5 skins. It's not the good. It's good to see these. You've got I tell you what, there's only 9 of us now, but early on there was 20 on 25. And I was impressed, man, by the stature of the chat. You know, it's hard. It would be hard to find a more quality 25 chat than that one that we had. Even now, the people in my chat are gonna can go in any chat on this side of YouTube and have 10 people say hello to them within like 10 seconds. And then they've got to text back, you know, say hello to 10 people. They're like, fucking hell. You know you've made it when you go into a chat and you only have to say hello to everyone, make some excuse that there's too many people to say hello to. So you say hello to everyone in one go. Exactly, mate. Exactly. And you see how long it took me as well, mate. And it wasn't like by the time I'd finished it off, I'd missed about an hour in the chat. It took me about an hour to make that. Whereas one Skinner, is like pretty quick, you know, and you're gonna see the effects a lot quicker, aren't you? I mean, there's a few in the chat who already know how bad it gets when I have joined. So it's 1-1 already. Gonna have to keep up to date with these scores. Does everyone pay a TV license? Just a quick. Does anyone pay the TV license? Just a quick one. I'm gonna bang on about it. We got the Kelvin. Only 5. So bad dancers a no. Howler heads a no. So am I the only dickhead here? Am I the only dickhead who's like paying whatever it is a month? Because I've heard it's going up to £175. Now I'm like everyone, I've got a Fire Stick. And other than a few dramas on BBC One or Dragon's Den, The Apprentice, what I watch, other than that, I could live without BBC. So am I a fool for paying me TV license? And what can I save that £175? Because let's face it, if I'm not working or I'm not getting full pay, every penny's going to count in it. Yeah, I keep hearing this, Kelvin, about like the BBC, you know, how bad they are and that. But I grew up in a time where you had TV license vans, you know, that used to come around, TV detective vans. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I remember them, and literally used to be scared of them, like, because it wasn't just a myth. You would at some point see fucking TV detective van going around, honestly, back in the day. But I don't know. I'm thinking, no, I've never heard anyone say they pay on YouTube say that they pay for a TV license. I'm thinking, well, I couldn't do. And I only watch The Apprentice and Dragon's Den now and again. Now I'm paying £175 for 7 episodes of The Apprentice or something. But like, they couldn't do that now, though, could they? Like, but they still try to scare you in that, though, don't they? Saying somebody said somebody put in the chat the other day, you can go to prison for not paying your TV license. That's just Great Britain all over, isn't it? That's what I'm thinking now. That's what I'm thinking, mate. I'm not just saying that, but it was basically just a tranny van, wasn't it, with a satellite dish on the top and a few stickers. Is that right? It's like, we've all had a run with a parking attendant, have we, with this little book giving you thingies. Man, right, no lie. It was only a couple of weeks ago at work. I'd nipped out at work to go to the co-op. I parked. It wasn't a disabled. It was on a curb, but it wasn't. It wasn't a yellow line, but it wasn't. You weren't allowed to park there. Basically, I knew you weren't, but it was in a little village, and I was going to be 2 minutes in the co-op. And I went in and I come out, and the parking attendant, or whatever you call it, ticket wanker or whatever, was just about to start punching a ticket in. I'd been literally 3 minutes. I didn't even say anything to him. I just got in the car and just sped off. So he didn't have a chance. I think they have to issue the ticket, don't they? Have to issue the ticket on your window. Just tell you what, you can't fucking say anything in here, can you? It's bad as fucking Phil Graham. I was in the one stop a day. I had to go in the day. I'm not even kidding you, right? This could only happen to me. This is like sod's law. Probably the one stop, right? I've been in there twice today, believe it or not, right? Twice. Well, the first time I went in for a bottle of Coca-Cola, yeah. Walked in, got my bottle of Coca-Cola. There was two people in front of me at the checkout, right? There was one woman working. I'm not kidding you. I think the woman, no, there was two women in front that were checking the lottery tickets for the last, what must have been the last year, to see if they had any winners. And then after 10 minutes of them checking every single one, right, saying no winner, no winner, I thought, fuck me, I've left the back door open here. Like, I need to get home. Like, I've been waiting 10 minutes. But then not only that, then they wanted to put the lottery on for about the next 6 months. So they were the two people who had in front of me, right? But I did get served with my coat and I went up. I had to go out again. So I thought, this can't be any worse, right? I went in. What did I buy this time? Oh, yeah, I bought Jack Daniels this time, right? Jack Daniels this today, Phil. I bought that, right? But that again, it wasn't an easy one, right? Because in front of me, there was only one woman, but she had about 5 or 6. When you buy something offline and you're taking it back, you're sending it back, and you've got it all parceled up with stickers on and that. Man, she was taking all like, there must have been 5 or 6 parcels, and the woman behind the counter had to put it all into the till and that, send it back. She wasn't even buying anything, man. So I wait another like 10 minutes to get that. For me, I did feel like just walking out. I thought, I'm already getting accused of pinching it. Might as well just fucking do it. It wasn't. It was a tiger roll, mate. It was a tiger roll baguette. I'm not doing no French stick, man. French stick. Fucking hell. I tell you what. Fucking hell. No, man. Honestly, one stop after that, after what I had there. I tell you that one of the two girls who stopped me was working today, and I'm sure she just recognises, like, I'm sure she knows it was me. And I don't know whether it's like, I don't know what's going through the ends. Honestly, it was fucking funny that night, like. The nice them tiger rolls like that. Basically bread with cheese on top of it. Yeah, man. So anyone who doesn't know who's thinking, what the fuck are they on about there? One stop. I got accused of stealing out of the one shop a few weeks ago. I'd already gone in for some peanuts. I had a pair of shorts on and a fleece. It might have been the fleece top that did it. Or the bald head, you know what I mean? Or the cap or whatever. But I got accosted by the manageress who was about 17, and the deputy manageress who was about 16, must have been just left school. The pair of them collared me in the corner of the shop and said, and they must have been taught this, right, in One Step College, yeah, when they got the training to be shop manageress. She just said, have you got anything in your pocket, sir? And like after the initial, like, did I just hear that right? I said, what? Said, do you have anything in your pocket, sir? And by then I was like starting to realise what they were accusing me of. But after the shock, like, I don't know, I can't even explain it. It was just weird. Just weird. No, they didn't ask us to swap, but I think that might have been next, wanted me. I think I did empty my pockets, and like there was only 3 Mars bars, but with flake, some batteries, and I didn't have I didn't have. I'll admit, right? I didn't have the receipts on us, but I'd got them from the Spar over the road just before, and I think in the other pocket was what was it? Packet of cheese Ritz, you know them Ritz biscuits. But if you're ever in that situation, just play dumb, because I got away with it. It was easy. Half a bar. Half a bar. If you see half a bar, chat, yeah. He goes in banters, yeah. He'd be on the chat. He'd be trying to get on the panel half a bar. Hey, they're nice though, mate. They're not as nice as Tuck. Not as nice as them Tuck ones. You know, the Tuck biscuits with the actual real cheese in the middle. Anyone remember them? Honestly, they must have, mate, because they were like robots, man. A pair of them stood there, and the older one, it was 17, yeah. If you'd have took a makeup off, it was probably a man, like that much makeup on. And like in the one-stop trading college, they must be told that like to do it in twos, you know what I mean? Like make it safer if you're going to accost somebody by the peanuts, which was right in the corner of the shop. And they've probably gone through the scenario a few times, but I don't know whether it was the first time she'd ever had to do it, but that would make it a little bit more bearable if it was the first time. Like, but honestly, don't ever risk even going in a one-stop shop anywhere, because it's like, I don't know, it's just a weird experience, because it used to be a Tesco, and I used to spend thousands of pounds in there, like it's literally on my doorstep. Like I'm talking, even when I didn't use my Tesco club card every time I went, right, man was still getting £5 vouchers off my club card. So when you think about it, you get £5, right? So you only get a penny back in the pound, right? So when I was getting £5 voucher, I was chuffed. But then I realised to get that £5 voucher, I was spending like what? Quick math, £500. £500 to get £5 back. Is that right? Is that right? It's probably wrong, but I can't believe I'd show you that. So the choice that I made the other day, Phil, how can you describe it, mate? I know you already have, but just what would you describe that as, though? Look at the end of it, man. Looks like a flag off the 18th hole, doesn't it? It looks like a penguin. What's that bit there? Oh, fuck me. Our head's just got no worse for it. Like, oh, God. I'm not going to pretend to be the best joint roller in the world. I did tell you before, didn't I, about them rolly making things. Fuck me. Them rolly making things, rolling machine, they're featured in an episode of Krypton Factor, at the end, where like your head's shot and you have to work out how to use something or build something. That's what they had in the Krypton Factor. Them just put a backy rolling machine on there. No one ever worked out how to use it. Like, right, he's one for you, right? So what does this do? What does that do? Right? What does that do? Yeah. Exactly. Exactly, mate. That's what doesn't matter how many creases it's got in it, or whether you have to light it about 20 times. I've had that, I've had Irish Bull, fucking a snide French painter. What I need? I need one of the necktie toenail in the stripy top. It's Jean-Paul Gaultier all over it. One of them, mate. Will I get done for that? It's not even a Sinead either. That's the real deal, that. Real deal. If I had one of them shirts on and a necktie, it'd be a dead ringer, wouldn't it? How we feel, come and show us your bottle of dupe. That's what you'd be doing. Kelvin, I think you've got, I think you were a polo, Ralph Lauren polo man, bad dancer. You like a bit of Kuros, in the white bottle. Definitely Kuros. Howlerhead is definitely a Brut, man. Brut. Full bottle of Brut as well. Jim Smith, let's have a look. Jim Smith he's a Calvin Klein eternity, man. Calvin Klein eternity. Classic smell. Wow, look who's in. Bloody hell, how have you been, Claire? Where have you been? Pick up yourself. Hope you're all right, mate. Long time no see, definitely. Thanks for dropping in. Old Spice, yeah. Let's have a look. Links, can you remember Links though, right? Can anyone verify this? But when Links first come out, wasn't it like cheesy? Wasn't it like it was like you didn't admit that you wore Links, did you? But then the adverts and that, they made some decent adverts, and everybody was going out buying Links. And now, man, I got a bumper pack of Links at Christmas. With like 5 bottles of deodorant, 5 different shower gels. It was part of the routine of the day. Was like, which Lynx shower gel am I going to use? I had some, I've got some little videos, yeah. So while I do my thing with this one Skinner, right, just bear with me. I think you might like this though. It's only on for a few minutes, but you probably like it. Did have one of them earlier on, but he's another one, yeah. So 2 chains, so bear with me.
It's an opportunity for you to put auto on the map, man.
Great. These are the farts, or the first.
The farts?
I'm sorry, I messed up. I said fart. This is the first smart electronic milling machine.
Okay.
All right.
So now we're talking about the smart.
The smart
grinder. Okay.
Let's do a quick demo right here and open this guy up. So auto has a spring-loaded chamber because we recognize that with hand grinders, you're normally smashing and forcing your weed into the space. Okay. You're damaging your weed. A lot of people spend a lot of money on their weed. So we added
when you grind it, you're gonna damage it up pretty much, right?
But when you're smashing and forcing into the space, it's different because you're messing up all the crystals and stuff. Gotcha. THC. Okay. Well, you want to stay away from that safety switch.
What's going on with that safety?
So that safety switch is to make sure that the device doesn't start up while it's open, because you don't want to grind up your fingers.
Okay, I
there
heard
you
click
go.
Then. All right, let's see if I can do this right quick now. Is it something you hit a button or something? What you do?
Yeah, so you hold the button for 2 seconds to start it up, and then you put it on top, and then you just tap that button.
Oh, look at that. 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 Just like that.
Just like that.
Oh, man, this is revolutionary.
Yeah, man.
This is revolutionary.
So we recognize that a lot of people are bad at the skill, but there's also other people with medical conditions that can't roll with both hands. So we want to make it easy for everyone to take it easy.
So let me see the joint. Let me see the outcome of this joint.
Yeah, for sure. So we take this guy right off.
Take it off. Okay.
You got a J-lift right here.
Oh, a J-lift.
Make it easy for you to take that cone out. So all you got to do is just add your final taps, and you pack it down to however you like it.
You kind of like it. Okay, just like that. So this is ready. Let me see. Let me try this. Just like that.
Just like that.
Hold it. Hold it.
High to the sky, nothing but the best. You know we smoke good. Cali, the West. Known Kush factory, dispensary, street weed, fluffy shit, density, purple. No
Voila. Just like that, bro.
Just like that. Do I have your seal of approval?
Yeah!
This one right here is our first auto. It retails for $129.99.
Okay.
We also have the gold auto that we're gonna be coming out with. That one's gonna retail for $500. Yeah, it gets up there. And then we have the CNC all metal with the gold emblem on the top, which is gonna retail for 4 Gs.
Why 4 Gs?
So that one's CNC'd out of a block of metal. So if you go ahead and hold on to it, you can feel the difference in the weight. The blades on the inside are titanium as well.
Oh, cut up the reefer real good.
Real good.
Man, this is an amazing product you have, there, brother.
Thank you so much.
Man, my mama gonna love this. This how you supposed to kick it, man. This some real Tony shit. So you already know what this is, man. I'm kicking it with my man, Mario. From Banana Brothers, they have the farts. Automatic grinder that I've ever seen, man. Keep it locked, most expensive.
Would anyone use one of them? Man, did you see that joint there? It was nearly like one of mine. 4 Gs for that last one, though. Titanium blades. Man, it's not going to make your joint taste any different, is it? Big up Claire's getting a lot of love in the chat there. Big up the sober Claire. 90 days, well done. I'm not far off the point, Claire. I seem to remember you said that. I don't think you might be saying that at one point you were drinking on your break at work. My stream hasn't gone off, has it? I've got a heads up. I've just got a heads up message, right, saying heads up, we've detected copyrighted audio and video in your stream. Madness. First time I've ever seen that. Heads up. Warning. Fucking hell. If I'd have left, that's why I picked clips today that were only really short. So don't mind getting the copyright claim, like just a daft claim. It doesn't matter. I might have to edit. I had to edit the one the other night. But it's a pain in the ass when your string goes off, which has happened a few times as well. But yeah, Claire, I seem to remember you saying that it was getting to the point where you want to have a drink at work on your break and stuff. And honestly, I've been close to that myself lately. You know, you will often, I mean, I'm working 12-hour shifts, night shifts as well. I think when you get at that point, you've got something you've got to put the brakes on, haven't you? Yeah, them claims are all right, mate. But if over the last, I think the first one was over Christmas when I was playing loads of. To be fair, I was asking the chat what songs they wanted, and I was just putting the videos on. I don't even think I was monetized at the time, and that stream went off. First time I'd heard of it. But they're a pain in the ass more than anything. I don't even think you have to be monetized now for them to put a stop on your stream. But yeah, it's the first time I've seen that. I've just got a warning there on the screen, and it said, "Warning, heads up, we've detected copyrighted video and audio on your stream." Because one of the main songs that I like and that would do me good is Pig Bag. Pig Bag, the Borough. It's a Borough anthem because it's what the Middlesbrough team come out to at the Riverside. And also when we score, they play that. I played that once on the start of a live stream, on the start of a watch along with Borough Sunderland last season, and it's copyrighted all over the world. Like if you've got that song in your live stream, that you have to cut it out, or you can't show the video. Normally, I've had it a few times. Nina 99 Red Balloons don't put that stream either. That's copyrighted all over the world for some strange reason. But you had to edit it out for the video to go back on your channel. Nah, you know what, mate? It totally isn't. Sorry, Claire. Let's have a look at this one first. Yeah. Yeah. I seen the one before as well where you said you resigned. It's probably a good idea, because for me, it's work that's doing it. It's work that's put me in that situation, where I feel like, I mean, how bad must it be if you feel like you need to drink while you're at work? I'm not saying because I'm an alcoholic, because I'm not an alcoholic, but the thought of it is comforting to get me through a 12-hour shift, man. But you shouldn't even be having them thoughts. Fucking hell. Well, Phil, I know what. You know what really give me a kick up the arse this afternoon, mate. You know how I feel about work at the minute. So Louise, I was talking to Louise. She rang me up just for a chat on a break. And we're talking away, and she said, "Oh, I've screenshot something for you. A job vacancy, right?" Now, if you weren't here earlier, I was saying I've only ever had 1 or 2 interviews in my whole life, where I've had to go into an office and sit down and be interviewed twice. So, and I've never had to look for a job because I've only had 2 jobs. So I've never had to go looking in the job centre or anything. You know, I've never done anything like that. Looked at the vacancies in the paper or anything like that online. But Louise had screenshotted this thing today, and it was called a warehouse picker, they called it. So I'm assuming that's a forklift driver, you know, because you're picking pallets. There must be the new fancy name for a forklift driver. Warehouse picker at Aldi. It wasn't just one Aldi, it was the Aldi website, you know, they're looking for the all over the country to work in their warehouses. £16.50 an hour, right? £16.50. And this is to drive a forklift, which I've had a forklift license for years and years. And I've picked many things out of the warehouse over the years. Like, it's not a big thing. £16.50, right? I'm not sure what the shifts were, but let me tell you, for less than that, I'm working 12-hour shifts, including bank holidays, which you get nothing for. Bank holidays don't mean anything. The King's coronation, we're getting nothing at all. It's at the company's discretion, and we're getting nothing. We're not getting a pay rise. We thought the one good thing about the last few months is when we were on a Saturday night shift, Saturday 12-hour night shift, so the clocks went forward. So we only done 11 hours, right? We were buzzing until we found out that they took an hour's pay off us for that, right? So that's how bad they are. And on top of that, I'm running around like a blue-ass fly for 12 hours, right? 10,000 steps I've been doing this week at work. 10,000 steps in that 12 hours. And I'm getting less than that, £16.50, right? And I'm getting shit as well. I'm getting shit. So I might work a Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week. Saturday, Sunday, Monday night shift, 12-hour night shift for less than what Aldi's paying for somebody to pick stuff out of the warehouse. Swear to God. I'm working with a load of tossers. I'm thinking, nah, it's got to be better than this. Like, got to be better than this. Seen a few good ones there. Greedy fuckers, yeah. Wankers, yeah. Swear down, honestly, mate. How many times in your life does, like, I'm not a big supporter of the King and the Queen, but you're only ever going to see one coronation or celebrate one coronation, aren't you? Doesn't mean anything with these. And they're English as well, the majority of these people who want this country. Doesn't mean anything to them, but they'll be off. Like, they incorporated bank holidays into our pay, and I'm sure there's like condos, because it just, you might as well, it doesn't mean anything, bank holiday. It's just another day. Fucking shite. There's muggles in. Did I see muggles there? Somebody say muggles. Muggles has been in for time, like. It is, man, isn't it? You know, and I think to myself, why am I putting myself through this like a 50-year-old? I'm sat looking at a car that's costing me like a fortune a month, but I don't need that. I don't need it. Thinking that could be me. I mean, I wouldn't be one of these who lays in bed all day if it wasn't at work. I'd be getting up and doing something. Just think that. And then they have the cheek to like talk down to you and that because they think they're above you at work. Is Ginger in this chat and Muggles? Because I can't see them. Can't see them. Or is somebody just making a reference to them? Why can't I see them? It's like Halley's Comet, man. Yeah, exactly, Sean. You would. You would do. Honestly, mate, like in 2 weeks' time, right, I will be doing a Friday, Saturday, Sunday night over a bank holiday weekend, right? For no extra pay, for just like a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 12-hour night shift, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And like I say, disgrace, man. Right. Muggles is here, right? So why can't I see Muggles in the chat? Why can't I see Ginger? If Ginger's there, because you know what's weird about that is that they were both members. They both got gifted memberships, so they were green. It's a bit weird, that. Yeah. Crap, yeah, honest. The Neanderthal man. I mean, what? Anyone with half a brain knows that when you're working in a factory environment and you've been on night shift, right? Never mind your first one, right? Which you're always tired anyway because you've usually been up all day, and then you're up all night working, right? So what about by your third night shift? You're absolutely knackered. You can't be bothered working anyway, but then you've got to be on the ball for like 12 hours, right? You're working with machinery. Honestly, there's risks everywhere you look. Everywhere you look, you could pick the place to bits. But you're expected to be on the ball for 12 hours after you're on your third night shift, especially in the summer when you can't sleep because it's too hot. And then you've got all the responsibility of the whole factory. If anything goes wrong, it's your fault. All that for less than £16 an hour. So disgrace, man. Kelvin can't see Moggles either. Is Moggles in? Well, is somebody just making a reference to them there? Nah, Phil will be doing Phil's going for flip flopper of the night. King. He went to Tim Smith the other night. You know, the definition of the flip flop, yeah, is when I think, you know, when they come in your chat and then try to go to another chat, but they try to time it where you think if I go make a comment now with Moons, he won't realise that I've gone somewhere else. But obviously, like, I'm onto them all. Tim's the king. Maybe Phil and Big G's up there. Well, Big G's up there. But I'll be honest, I watched that one back. I did watch a bit of the one back that we did the other night, right? I was laughing my head off. There was some the comments. I'd have to say, I don't think you'll get a funnier. I don't think you get a funnier if we get the right people in here. You won't get a funnier chat. You know, for being funny without being like the dickhead. Yes, it'd probably be in Tim's. You say I'm not like even not even looking now at like who else is on that because it doesn't matter. I get told all the time, don't worry about who else is on live. You know what I mean? That's right. Still got to laugh. I've got to laugh at Matty, film boy. So when Sparky's shorts blew up and they went viral. And like big up Sparky, man. He was in this chat a few hours ago. Always liked the bloke, you know what I mean? Like he's been on this panel, like I do like his lives quality. But when all that blew up and then we had all the haters in and the jealous people giving him shit and that, I mean, it's fucking shocking. But anyway, he started a trend, didn't he? So as soon as other people realised that when he subs, he got out of it. I mean, it was mental. Like he went from 2,000 or 3,000 subs to 75,000. Claire, you might not know this if you haven't been watching, but Sparky had a couple of short videos on his channel, and a couple of them just went mentally viral. Like I think one of them's on 30 million views. He's got another one that's I think on 20 or 25 million. But the main thing is subs, because when you get a decent short, you could get like me. If I get a decent short, right, I get 10, 20 subs from 1 5-second video. Sparky got 72,000 subs in like a few weeks through his shorts. Imagine that, King. I mean, King, you've got a channel. You were a clipper. Now I think no, he isn't, Claire, because he wasn't monetized, right? But this is the thing: he wasn't monetized, so he make a thing out of it. But he's got the subs now. He's in a different league now. If he wants to monetize, like and I've adverts before his shorts. Honestly, you've got to, Sparky. If you listen, you've got to monetize. Fuck what anyone says, right? I mean, I did it, yeah, and for me, it was a bit of a mistake because it's you're not going to make any money unless you have got like the 75,000 subs, because you're only like you're nothing really, and under that just a channel. But my advice to if what people are saying, Claire, is if Sparky was monetized and that happened, that people were throwing about figures like £80,000 he's missed out on. But realistically, I know, because I'm monetized, that I've got 1,500 subs. I know how much you get for so many thousand views. So I know that. So when that went viral, Sparky only had 2,000 or 3,000 subs. So he'll be in the same sort of bracket as me. And let me tell you, nowhere near £80,000. Well, it might be. You know what mine is, right? I'm going to tell you exactly, right? What, and it's not why I went up. It's not even why I monetized, because I knew pennies, but it's 3 pence for every 1,000 views. 3 pence, right? That's in the bracket that I'm in, like with 1,500 subs. But when I've thought about it, and I've spoken to a few people who've just been logical about it, because no one really knows the true figures. But it's obvious that the more subs you've got, your bracket will probably go up a little bit, where you're going to get more than 3 pence for 1,000 views, put it that way. So I would say that if Sparky, with his 73,000 subs, I reckon if he monetized now, I reckon he could be in some sort of bracket where he's getting 15 pence for 1,000 views. You know, because of the subs. So if he's getting 15 pence for 1,000 views, you work that out on 30 million. That's not to be sniffed at. But for me, thinking, and if you think about it logically, Sparky hasn't lost out on £80,000. Like, he hasn't. He's lost out on a few hundred because he'd have been on the three pence for 1,000 views. If you want to do the maths, 30 million views at 3 pence per 1,000. That's what he's missed out on. So, you know, when people were saying, "Oh, he's missed out on 80 grand if he was monetized," I mean, if that was the case, I think Sparky would have been slashing his wrists or going up the wall. I know I would. Is he in? How's Moggles getting a mention? Yes, is that Howlerhead just gone green there? Get up, son. Get up, the green member. Unless my eyes have gone funny. Why is he in the chat for? How have you seen that he's not? What's going on there? King, you're just as bad, mate. Honestly, you're getting as bad as him and Slim. Slim was getting in on it the other night. Fucking winding me up. He knows I'm on him as well. He knows I'm on everyone, man. I'm thinking, man, take liberties when I've had one Skinner. You know what I mean? 2-0 to City, is it? Hasn't he? Have you sorted that out where like you can like flip flop between years? You know, like you can flip for 10 minutes and King takes over, and then King can go and have his flip, and you take over for 10 minutes. You know, have you got something like that going on? Like even Big G's just Big G, right? He's not even bothered. He hasn't even come back to try and pretend that he's still in the chat. He's just fucked off. He'll be on Tim's panel or something. Slagging us all off. Sure he had Big G calling Northern King Northern Whip. Sure did. Or somebody gifting memberships. Is someone gifting them again, yeah? Who's gifting? Yeah, so my theory on the whole Sparky thing, right, is that I think he is probably a little disappointed that he wasn't monetized, right? Not too much. I think he's being totally honest when he's saying he's not bothered because he would have got monetized now. So I just think he's just like anyone else, like me. I'd have been a bit gutted. Even at 3 pence for 1,000 views, you work that out. Like it's still money for now, isn't it? Still money for now. But Sparky, I would monetize, mate. Don't even. I know you haven't done many lives, but you wouldn't even have to. Just keep putting your shorts up. Yeah, man. Fuck whatever. What all them jealous people say. You know what I mean? Oh, there's. I shouldn't really be advertising it, but there's a few people on tonight in there. Few people in that category who were into that type of stuff. A few big lives going off in the next hour. I think it was Zeus who put a community post up today. Did anyone see it with just a broken picture of a broken vinyl record? I like that one, Jim lad. I did like it as well. I didn't comment, but I did give you a thumbs up. Like, God knows what he was meaning, like with the broken record. I just like the picture of a broken record. You know, when you talk about Jim, it could be a picture of anything. Like, there'd be some weird subliminal message somewhere. You should, Jim. I bet there's a like on there. It's got to be me. It's got me. I was actually going to start writing a comment as well, but because I was one of the first ones. I think you'd only been up for a couple of seconds. Hey mate, listen to this one. Listen to this one, right? So when I put shorts up, right? This is to Jim, yeah. But I put shorts up, right? And Louise is the same. If you get a good one, you get a few thousand views, right? While it's happening, the likes, say you get 100 likes, right? I've gone back an hour later and the likes have gone down to like 80. No, it's got lazy mods, Jim. You know what I mean? Like I said, brother, they don't put the spanner. The spanner is a different kind of fish these days, no? I seen Phil get timed out on someone's chat the other day. I was laughing my head off. Can't remember who it was, you know. But I think he spat his dummy out a little bit, like a little bit of right, brother.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yo, yes, man.
I always start off by saying, can you hear me? Fucking hell, man, I've finished work, drove to a hotel, went in, fell asleep, just woke up, stuck this on, and the first name is you talking about that, for fuck's sake. People must think I'm stalking them.
We've been on about you all live, Jim, a few hours slagging you off.
Shut up. I missed me hotel booking for me table, so now I've got to. Well, I'm just going to go to a KFC and get something to eat.
That's what's known as a grandad nap, mate.
I know, I just felt like that. I went, do you know what? As soon as I got in, I just lied on the bed. That was
it. Are you still doing the hotel thing? I thought you'd wrapped all that in, mate. I thought you were doing less of that.
Just don't knock work, mate. I tell you, I said to you a few weeks ago, fucking hell, it's silly. Why refuse work?
Yeah.
No, I'm not funny, and I'd rather be at work. Jesus Christ, you got it right with the broken record piece, mate. Not so much the smaller channels. No, the big entertainment channels that used to be very entertaining.
Yeah.
For me, it's the broken fucking record. I could watch it on a Monday, mate, and watch it again the following Saturday, and it's the same people talk about the same shit. You just get fed up with it, don't you?
Well, you know what, Jim, right?
People don't.
It's not out of the blue to see you with like an obscure channel, you know, in a chat that you've never mentioned to anyone.
Yeah.
And that happened yesterday. I seen you in a chat. There are a guy who I'm sub to. You know what I'm going to say?
Is it Ty? No, it probably isn't. Oh, Danny.
Danny.
Yeah, I like
So
Danny.
what have you seen in Danny? Like, when did you sub to him? I've been sub to him for a while.
Yeah, I've been sub to for a while. I think it was through Nostog, Godson.
Because didn't he do a live? He did a live, didn't he, with a panel?
Yeah,
Did you see that yesterday?
yeah, he often does.
Oh, I didn't know he did that.
Yeah,
But I watched it. He had a couple of people on.
yeah, he's a good lad, Danny. He'll just Danny can have two people in his chat and just say, right, let's open up the bar. And the two people in his chat will be on his panel. It'll just be, no, but
Yeah.
to be honest,
Made a
it's
howler.
all about, it's an interesting chat.
We're on about Danny Styler, by the way. If anyone isn't sub to him, go and have a look. Jim's been, don't know, Jim's got a bit of a soft spot for him. You're always picking him up. You've shared his link in there, haven't you, Jim, on your community post?
Yeah, I just think he deserves a bit more
Yeah.
following and support, to be honest.
Yeah, he's one of them with only a few in his chat. He just acts like there's 100 in his chat, doesn't he?
He's just, yeah, he could just, you could just be you in his chat, and he speaks to his chat as if there's, as you say, hundreds in it.
So do you think he's got a talent? Because I listened to a bit of his, was he freestyling the other day?
Yeah, look, he's got his talent, hasn't he? Yeah, I can't knock him for what he's trying to do. No, he's putting a lot of
Yeah,
time.
like I haven't heard much of him, but that's the first. I was sub to him, and they come up. I might have been through your community post. I thought, fuck, I'm already sub to him. And I watched him, but that was the first time for ages. He had a joint, and he started freestyling to a beat.
Yeah, he's one of these
You were in
channels.
the chat.
He's one of these channels, mate, where I haven't, and I didn't, and I've done it intentionally. I don't want to know where he's come from or what he's up to. You know what I mean? He just seems a good lad.
Yeah.
He has the people who he does go on his panel. I know a lot of them are really good channels. No, that Trouble that goes on his channel quite a bit.
Yeah.
So no, he's got a good few followers. He seems he's interviewed quite a few, and he's done a few interviews with other big podcasters that some I don't like and some I wouldn't know. He's done one with that kid from Liverpool. What's his name? Darren G.
Has he? Oh, Danny Styler.
Yeah, and I couldn't believe that. I haven't even watched it, but
Wow.
I was just flicking through his channel to see what videos and that, and they've actually had an interview. I might listen to it later tonight. I don't even know what he talks about, mate.
Yeah, that'd be worth a listen. That because I still haven't worked the lad out.
Look,
You know what I mean?
he's non-controversial at the moment to me. It's just like you can listen, and he talks about some serious stuff, but some stuff I like, ghosts and shit like that.
Yeah, because if you any other little gems like that you're watching, Jim, and you haven't told us about.
I'm watching a guy who's very, very, very controversial. I mean, Jesus Christ, man, this guy, I'm surprised he's even got a channel. And his name's Ty and Bood. He's an ex-professional boxer.
Right.
He fought Chris Eubanks Jr. And he puts his lives on. He just does these lives without any announcement. You'll just get a notification that he's gone live. He sits there, he drinks a bottle of wine, he smokes a couple of spliffs, and he slags all the professionals off that he knows. But that's not the case. What he does, he joins plentyoffish.com. He's got an account, and he joins the lives and just fucking, he just literally, you gotta watch him to believe. You just think, is he? Last week he interrupted this live. Listen to this, mate. And the girl who he was on the live, she was complaining she hadn't had a joint all night, and that she just phoned her boyfriends up, and she said, "Can you send me some stuff round?" Anyway, this car pulls up outside, and she's on a live with this other girl, and she said, "Oh, he's just dropped me some gear off, and he's dropped me this bag off." And the girl says, "What's in the bag?" She opens the bag up on live. She didn't know she's getting watched by 700 people. He gets 700 people in his chat.
Is that how many he's got in his chat?
700 on a live. And she opened this bag, and there must have been about £250,000 in cash and about £1 million worth of fucking drugs. hard drugs, and shit. And he's showing this to 7, and he went, "Oh fuck, what am I showing here? I'm incriminating myself." And people are saying, "Ask her for an address." The girl's doing all that. In the end, he cut it off, but the damage was done. Know what I mean?
How did you come across him?
COVIDiot. So COVIDiot.
Yeah, well, he's another one, Jim COVIDiot. I bet
He's
not
mad,
many
isn't he?
people.
He's
I
mad,
like
isn't
him.
he? He's
I'm
just, I
stuck to
love
him.
him.
Mate, I watched one of his lives, right, Jim, a couple of months ago. He put the link out, right? This fella goes, "Is this really you?" And he come on, he was in his prison cell. He was doing a live from his prison cell.
The guy
Bound up
knows.
for like 9 years, just showing us around his prison cell. It's funny
Yeah,
as
the
fuck.
guy knows a lot of people. The guy knows a shitloads of people, mate. And but he's getting targeted, isn't he, by YouTube? They won't monetize his channel.
Yeah, I seen that. I seen his video the other day saying he was rapping in money because didn't he drop his phone or something when he just took it
I think
ages.
he smashed his laptop up, didn't he? He must have fucking done it. He must, but he's fixed it now with some sellotape. Do you know what? I like the guy.
But he put you onto this tie and booth. I think Northern King knows him. He's just saying there, he's hilarious.
Yeah, and COVID, he had done a video where he had Ty and Booth and Chris Eubanks Jr. boxing, and you've got to watch it. He's put music to it. It's fucking
There's some gems out there, like if you find them, you know what I mean.
Well, it is, and you know when, and some channels here think that they're big this side, and they're going, "Oh, look at us with all of our not so much subs, but look at all of our views." Honest to God, mate, this guy can just, if he throws a live on, I think he's done one he didn't do one last night, but he's done one for the last 3 nights, and within 15 minutes, 700 people in his chat. Fucking unbelievable.
Good that, like. Well, it's better than anything that's going at the minute over here, isn't it? No, you can't see anyone getting anywhere near that, can you? Them numbers like you used to.
He was sitting there Saturday night, he's going, "I'm going to go off, no one's buying me a coffee or any super chats." And he's like that, he just says it as it is. No, I think I'll go to, I'm pissed off with you lot. And honest to God, these super stickers people were putting 100 quid on, and someone put 79 pence in. And he goes, "Oh, thanks very much, that's going to be fucking useful, isn't it?" So then everyone who's giving him money, just give him 79p.
It all adds up, man. Did you hear what I was just saying, Jim, about you being monetized and Sparky and all that?
Do you know, I was coming out my hotel room then, and I heard you talk about it, and I got in the lift, but so I heard you talking about Sparky and the fact that he's probably lost some cash, but I don't think that's what Sparky's about, is he?
No, but what I was saying, right, I had to think about it. I'm monetized now, and I know how much I get, right, for the subs I've got. There must be brackets, from YouTube. I must be in the first bracket, because I'm just over 1,000 subs, and I get 3 pence for every 1,000 views.
Yeah, it also depends what category you're in as well. There's no way you're choosing.
He wasn't monetized. He wasn't monetized, right? But if he was, he still only had 2,000 subs at that point, right? When that went viral. So he would have only been on that rate at the least 3 pence. So that's what I think he's lost. If he was monetized, he's lost 50 million views at 3 pence a 1,000.
Yeah, it builds up, but it's not. I don't think it's what he's about, mate. And
not life changing, but
look, if you're on YouTube to make a living, the only way you're going to make a living is by having 500 or 600 people in every chat, and your PayPal up, and people do. But let's be honest, there's a limit in me. How much do people just want to give? You're going to go on every night and fucking give. And I was going to do a talk this morning when I was driving to this job, and I'll tell you what it was actually going to be about. YouTubers asking for people for cash, and what I've noticed is I'm not going to name names or not because I wouldn't do that, but a lot of them seem to know exactly when the cost of living payments coming to everybody. And all of a sudden, there's a lot of emphasis on a lot of programs getting made at certain times of the fucking day. And a lot of PayPals or Can't Buy Me Coffees going, look, people want to pay, they want to pay. I'm the last person to slag anyone off. I mean, look, fucking that. I've stipulated I won't do it again and never do it again. But it's family comes first. Give it to your family. Unless it's entertaining, I mean, I've got no problem. I haven't got a gripe with anybody who's doing a sticks. No, a good live and somebody donating. It's a good idea. It keeps that channel going. But
Jim, I know you, right? I've known you for a long time. I don't know you like there's a good mate or anything, but I know you. I know you a little bit about. I know what you're about. And what I would say is you get bored very easily, right? I'd say that.
Yeah.
But I know that if you do see something you like, you'll say, won't you? You'll promote it and that.
Yeah, I'll promote it. I think it's worth promoting, and that's what social media is about, isn't it? The YouTube side of it. I just enjoy YouTube.
Yeah,
but
it can be good. It can be good, but
it can, but also can be that me community post the other day. It can be that stick of dynamite, can't it?
Yeah,
and that's what pisses me off on social media, where the more vulnerable people on social media, and we all know them, we all see them, and we all say, "Oh no, what are you doing here? What are you going to do?" And you think you're digging yourself a hole, and it's about just passing them that block of stick of dynamite, isn't it? And saying, "Hold this while I make a coffee," and it's going to blow up in your face, and we're all going to laugh at you. And I just think that side of it's wrong. No, 200 or 300 people seeing a guy getting ridiculed day after day, week after week. Fuck, I just think that's not it. It's not right.
So you just explained what that community post was about. If anyone didn't understand it, yeah, Jim's just explained it. Like I knew what you meant, but like,
well, I was just watching the YouTube from the night before, and there's a guy who comes on, and I'm just thinking, get yourself off the fucking panel for fuck's sake, lad. And I just don't think the people who, whether they think they're roasters or whatever they think they're doing, it'll bite them in the ass in the end, mate. Tell you fucking now. Not the channel owners, because the channel owners, as I say, they go and make coffee. See, you see, they go and make a cup of coffee and a cup of.
What did you make, Jim, of the? I know you don't. I'm not sure whether you hate the fact of his name or anything, but just for a minute, what did you think about the Decker thing? You know, where that woman pretended.
I think he's a cunt. I think he shouldn't be on YouTube. Now, I've also. But let me explain to you. I was going to do a program on it, and I was doing a little bit of research into subs and followers and videos. And honest to God, mate, I just literally got pissed off when I seen his new channel, and he's already got 8 million views. Now you're talking about views. Now that 8 million views, half of that's generated by people highlighting how shit he is and what cunt he is. But when you then go and check their channels and look at their statistics, their statistics, their best videos are the ones where they're talking about him.
Yeah.
And for me, there's more to it. If you've got a nonce, if you don't mind me saying that word, or a wrong and living in your area, go and sort them fucking out. Go and speak to a few guys just in your local pub and say, look at this guy here, and do you know what and you can sort that. You don't bring it onto YouTube unless there's, for me, a lot of them, there's some ones out there who originally started of bringing this to people's attention. But now, to me, it's not. I mean, the 1 minute they're out and the next minute they want to arrange a professional fight with him.
Yeah.
Well, what's that professional fight? And I'll show it on my channel. Well, of course you will. Of course you will.
This is what
it makes sense.
Like Decker, the worst thing about Decker is he's totally 100% aware of what you've just said. The half of his
that's why he makes so many
followers
videos.
hate him, but he's playing up to it, isn't he?
Yeah, it's not about the hate no more. It's about, to me, it's become the clicks and views. There's no threat there. There's a threat from him. You've only got to listen to his phone calls, but they're supposedly to be to adult women. We know what he said to his mother. That phone call's out there about the 11-year-olds are supposed. No, well, that was him. He did say it. Right? Now, that should have been enough for everyone to say, right, unsubscribe, fuck off, never come there, never. And I think that way, if that would have happened over the past year, 2 years, this has been, well, it's long, it's been going on for 4 years, but the last 2 years in particular, he wouldn't have had as many subscribers and views, and he still gets all the views because people make content about him. Content brings in views. And if you don't believe me, just search, put the name into the YouTube and just look at the top videos.
Because it's all rising up again, isn't it? It's building up. The Dodgy Dave's doing his road trip again. It's all building up again, isn't it? So like it died down a bit, and now he's off to Dodgy Dave's back doing lives. I seen it in this morning.
Look, again, I've got Dodgy Dave comes from that background where he was originally a partner with him, wasn't he? No, he was a chauffeur and his bodyguard for a certain amount of time.
He's been in his house, hasn't he? He's sat on his sofa and that, you know what I mean?
Exactly. So he's got a massive amount of information on that character. He knows what he was up to, what he was doing. For me, it would be, oh, hang on, why did it take you so fucking long to do? And why didn't you sort him? He comes from Dodgy Dave comes from a background where he can sort anyone out. He knows a lot of people. He knows a lot of friends. Why turn to YouTube to do what you're doing? Just fucking do what you need to do. You know, and that's the world we live in nowadays, perhaps. Look, I'm a lot older than a lot of these guys. And but I go from the same areas, and we wouldn't have put up with this shit 30 years ago. We didn't put... There's a guy who puts out local... I've said to everyone I've mentioned it on a post. You can go in, there's a database where you can go in and type in local sex offenders living in your area, and it'll tell you them all. It'll show you the photographs. It'll tell you what they're convicted for, and you'll be surprised how many live in your own fucking area. And everyone's worried about this guy who... No.
Did you see it this morning? Did you see any of...
No, I haven't. The only thing when I finished work, when I first put on, it was Banter was on, and we were watching it a little bit of his, but then I had to drive. So
what happened here? His coffee link went off. Somebody's been playing with his coffee link. It's gone off, and he made a point of it. He said, "There's something going on. My coffee link isn't available." So loads of people in the chat were saying, somebody's reported you. That's the only way your coffee link can go off. So he didn't get any donations for the whole live. But he did make a point of saying his coffee link, something's happened to it.
It's time to just put his PayPal up, mate. Safer, more secure, and the money goes straight into his account instead of going to someone else. Look, these guys will find ways of getting around it. They're not fucking idiots. Fucking hell, if he can take £2,500 off Jimmy Glasses and Nonsense, he can fucking sort a coffee link out, can't he? I like the way everyone plays fucking dumb.
Did you see our little friend? And I'm not bothered about mentioning his name now. Did you see Matrix and sniffing about the other night?
Do you know? Listen, I've come to the point where I don't really care.
Yeah, I don't.
Look, people have come and gone, and he blames everyone else for bullying and everything else. It wasn't bullying. Somebody put a card, said, "Look, this guy is harassing me." And people made that known to the community. The community want to welcome these people back in. That's up to them. I couldn't give a shit less. I've got no interest in him or any other farmer that I've fucking supported over the years. Doesn't bother me. Get on with your fucking shit. Because as I said, I'll just keep referring back to that broken fucking record. Because whatever I was watching 2 years ago, I can guarantee you if I go into any of their channels, it's that broken record. They're still doing the same thing that they were doing then. They're still in the same position that they were doing then. They haven't progressed. They haven't moved on. And it's everyone else's fucking fault.
Yeah.
It's everyone else's fault. It's not their fault. It's your fault. It's my fault. It's someone else's fault. It's all these people who have stopped them from progressing. Stop them from what? It's just... I just got I've stayed off a bit because I just get into that position where I just look at fucking certain people on YouTube and I just think, fuck off, Jesus Christ. There's some really good people on YouTube. There is, honestly.
Yeah.
But no, and a lot of them haven't got channels. A lot of them are just in the chat, and they literally participate fantastically to the community. They no get on chats, they talk. Even within the chat, if they don't jump on panels, they always keep the chat going, and they're entertaining. They're literally
Jim,
entertaining, but
just
there's some
lately,
drop.
right? Just lately, I've never really done it before. I've never thought really about it. But lately, right, I've been looking back at some of the lives, and like some of them, like for a spot for a period, there was like we were getting like 700 views, 800 views, right, on our lives, and now I'm buzzing with 200. But it's just, but
I just
you know
think,
what I
I
mean?
just
I'm
think
not
a
doing
lot.
anything different. Probably
I
doing
just,
more now.
I just think a lot of people are engrossed in the. They know something's going to happen, and they're too engrossed in that side of it, waiting for something to happen. And they shouldn't. We shouldn't be in this position. We should be telling these people who are vulnerable and putting themselves in a position they should be fucked off. No, and that's no disrespect to those people. And everyone, no, people, certain people are looking at them. They are very, very vulnerable, and they shouldn't be on panels getting roasted that they are because it's going to cause something serious to them. Just let them get on with it. It's look, and I just think people just don't. You know what you're saying about Fiji? No, it's what you say, but no. When you look at it, man, you do some really good lives, and the people who come in enjoy your lives. It's not that side of that side of YouTube, is it?
Yeah.
And you could easily have gone over to it, mate. Let's be honest.
Mm.
No, you see it
Yeah,
yourself. You see the small channels, the very small channels, and all of a sudden they get some very, very, very big, or what we would class as big channels coming in, and sort of like the onboarding processes. I see it. The grooming process begins. And then they, as I said, they pass them that stick of dynamite and they do their business.
Did you see the live I did a couple of nights ago, Jim? There was Eddie. It was like being back in the pod refs. There was Eddie, Phil Graham, Northern King, and they were here for like a couple of hours, and we were having a proper laugh. And like that's what it's all about. You know what I mean?
What night was that, mate?
Monday night.
Monday, I didn't see it. No, I've been working really hard
for the football, yeah. But are you aware that how much I hate my job at the minute, Jim? Are you aware of that? Because I always whinge on every live I do. and it's a turning point.
In the toolkit.
Yeah, it's going to be a turning point this year, even the next few months, mate. I don't think I'm going to be where I am now. I don't know. I got the point where I just can't stand work. I really detest it.
It's the worst position you can. It's the worst position you can be in. If you're going to do a job every day, don't forget you spend probably 60% of your week at your work if you're working, and if that's 60% you're hating it, you've got to find something else, mate.
What topped it all off, though, Jim, is that like when I sat and thought about it, Louise was telling me today about a vacancy at Aldi driving a forklift truck, £16.50 an hour, right? So I'm on less than that. And next week I'm on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, night shift, 12 hours. And I'm on less than that, a 50-year-old. Like,
nice,
it's not fucking good, that is it?
It's fucking madness.
Don't get any bank holidays. I swear. And the more I think about it, the more angry I'm getting now.
Yeah, I think that's the time. You definitely have got to. You've got to start looking for something else, mate.
Like when you get older, you should be. You should be doing less. It's about what you know, not what you do, isn't it? Like when you get older.
Well, it is, and perhaps that's not what you're focusing on. You're focusing on your job that you're doing now for that company. But if you sit there and write down, what you've learned and what you know, I mean, even from the managerial side of it, you've got to think, well, I'm in the right job, I'm in the right career. It's not too old to change, mate. You know.
Like I was just saying to Barry, he'd been for a few interviews. Now I was like, fuck me, I've had 2 interviews in my life, right? I don't even know whether you still wear a suit doing an interview.
A lot of people a lot of people will turn up dressed in a suit, and for an engineer's role, you're thinking, fucking hell, man. I would have preferred you to turn up in your jeans and a t-shirt, to be honest.
So if you were interviewing somebody, you would look at a suit in the wrong sort of way then?
Yeah, I think I wouldn't expect anyone. If I'm going for an interview, or what I like is if I'm doing an interview, someone will, the applicant or the agency will contact me and say, the applicant's contacted me, no, what's the dress today? No, and that shows me that the person's thinking about, attending and looking at how they should actually be presenting themselves. Because there's nothing worse if you turn up in a suit and you're getting interviews. No, we're interviewing for a manager. There could be 4 people on the panel, and we're all sitting there in casual or formal wear, and the next thing the guy turns up with a fucking 3-piece suit on with a dicky bow or a tuxedo. No, and they feel uncomfortable then, because you're going to be sitting there getting interviewed for up to 2 hours.
Do you think people ever put? Do you think the employer would ever put, like in an advert, like that you don't have to wear a suit or casual or anything like that for the interview, or do they
You
just?
should always do it. If you apply for a position and you get invited for an interview, you should always go back to that person or to that company and say, no, thank you very much for the interview. What is the dress for the day?
Right.
No.
Okay.
And normally we'd say turn up as you would on a Saturday night. But you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a line to be drawn. But I think what we're saying is a suit these days in an interview
doesn't pop for nothing. Where years ago, if you turned up in a suit, it was the first tick in the box, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Now you're not interviewing the suit.
Because I was just saying, Jim, if I found myself where I had to have an interview and it was online, that would be a first for us as well. That would be fucking weird.
Yeah.
You'll have done them. Have you done online interviews?
So, yeah, Jesus, especially through COVID.
Yeah.
But I do quite a lot of work online or through Teams or Zoom, even just for discussing jobs now. Because it's easier to get 20 or 30 people on a call than it is to go meet and spend a fortune traveling the country.
Yeah.
You can do quite a lot. And even them calls are important. No, if I'm there and the client's on the phone, I want to know how am I going to present myself during that 3 or 4 hour call? You're not going to sit there with a suit and a tie on, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. So this the way I'm thinking now, right, is I've never felt like this before. I've always not enjoyed work, but I've never hated work. It hasn't been a thing. But now have you ever been like that where you just hate good thinking of wrapping in? You're a grafter, aren't you?
I've always said, and I've always put myself in that position, if I hate the job I'm doing, I'll be gone within a month.
Right.
I'll
knowing that you could get another job, though, isn't it? That's knowing that you could get another job in the same industry. The way I'm thinking is, I don't want to do anything like what I'm doing. Nothing.
Yeah, but that's because you do you know what you're best doing, and it's good money invested. You need to go and speak to go to a good employment agency, and ask them, do they do CVs? And what you'll do, you'll sit down with someone and you'll go through all your experience over your past, whatever, and especially in relation to the job you do now. And honest to God, they'll write that CV, and once they send that CV back to you, you go, fucking hell. Because they will pick up on things that you've done that you will never even put. But no, it could be professional management of a team. And you might know you're doing that, but you are doing it daily or weekly, or know what I mean? And then you start putting your CV. Once you've got a good CV, then start going look for jobs. Don't start looking for a job if you haven't got a good CV out with it, because you'll get the interview and you'll apply for a good position and you'll lose it because the quality of your CV is poor. Because your CV is the first document anyone will see.
Mm-hmm. So you planned on going for a few more years, and did I say you would if the chance come up, you would go abroad, wouldn't you? Was it where that earthquake was? Turkey.
Well, yeah, I think on the rebuilding of Turkey, that's going to generate a huge amount of civil works, massive amount, and restructure and building. And they're going to get, obviously, you got the Turkish government, and there's going to be other governments involved, and because the country needs rebuilding. And not just that, you've got to look at other countries as well. There's massive countries that are going to need rebuilding. And that's going to generate all the work we've done over here in London and other major cities, Manchester, Liverpool, all that construction work's going to start going abroad again, which is going to open up a massive amount of opportunity.
So are you looking at that as an early retirement type thing, yeah?
Yep, without a doubt, mainly due to the fact that it's going to be tax-free, isn't it?
Yeah. So a few years of that and then saving you another 5 years of working in England type thing.
Well, if I can do 4 years out there, that will cut down 8 years working here. So
it's a no-brainer if you're up for it, like.
Yeah. Anyone who's young should be.
You could do that, like. You think you could do that? Could you handle that?
Yeah, I could. Oh, at that age now, aren't I? I really want to retire when I'm 62. Can't go past 62. It's pointless working all your life if you're going to work after 62.
It's 70 now, isn't it? Isn't it 70 the official age now for a man?
No, I think it's 67.
67.
Yeah, but it will be 70 soon, won't it? Let's be honest.
No, I mean, come on, that is ridiculous, isn't it?
I'm not saying that. I work with a guy who's 74. He's fucking brilliant. He's the best engineer in the world.
Odd exceptions. You get a few exceptions who could work till they're 100, but.
But this guy doesn't know about generators, I tell you. He can fucking build one with a blindfold on.
Yeah.
He can tell a problem just by listening to it.
Yeah. But I see blokes at work who I take over from, and they're a couple of years older than me, mate, and they're hobbling out the factory and that, holding the backs and fucking limping and that, and I'm like, fuck this. I don't want to be like that in a few years, you know what I mean? And I don't know, it's just a bit weird, the thoughts that I've got at the minute, just like mad, because I've never ever, at the minute, I could just walk out of work and I've never ever be like that. Just fuck it all off and think, fuck it.
Yeah.
Mad.
Don't do that. Always make sure you.
Everyone says don't do it. But it's not far off, honestly. I'm somebody to raise the voice at me and I'm off. I swear down.
That's the way. See, that's the problem. What's going to happen? Because you're hating the job, somebody's going to say someone, and that's the time, and that'll be your excuse. Well, you'll blow. So you have to be careful with.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I'm looking into. I've never been on the sick of my life, but you know why I'm thinking, why give them the pleasure of me walking out? Me getting nothing for all the years I've put into them, and I don't know. I feel like I feel like pretending I've had an accident at work. And getting some money off them.
Fucking hell, Moon. That's
like that, isn't it?
That is absolutely madness.
It's only getting worse because now it's starting to get warm, isn't it? I'm stuck in the factory and thinking, I want to go play golf.
Over the next few weeks, people asking you how work's going.
I know, yeah.
How long have you been going live for then tonight, so far?
You what, bro?
How long's your live for tonight?
Mate, I've been on for 5 hours now.
That's good. A little quick one.
It's absolutely flew over. We did, while you're here, right, I have to ask your opinion on the topic, like, in the title. So, have you been a weed smoker at any point?
Have I been a what?
A weed smoker. Have you smoked weed? Didn't you see the title of me, lad? It's about the pros and cons of smoking weed, and that's what this chat was about earlier on. We were having a good old natter about it.
No, I've smoked a joint, but I've never been a weed smoker. I've never.
So what do you think about weed smokers, though? Like, because
I think some of them who just smoke it now and again are fantastic. I think if you're waking up every morning, you're smoking 20, fucking 30 joints a day, I think you've got a problem.
Yeah. Well, Pete, this is what I was trying to get out of it, because I know a lot of good people, right, in the chat who do smoke copious amounts of weed, and I see them, I know, like, the sound of me, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then there's the other ones, like, I'm thinking that not everyone can be like that, who gets up and needs a joint to get out of bed. It's fucking mad.
Oh, it must be much. I don't know. I don't really. I think my experience with it is it's just not bad of a pint, to be honest. But then again, people hate drinking, don't they? Usually, weed smokers hate drinkers.
Yeah, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, usually, yeah. They think they're a different class of it's a different level. That they're more intelligent because they smoke weed.
I just think I'm more funny. I don't think I'm more intelligent. I just think I'm fucking hilarious.
That's what I mean. When I see some of my mates who have smoked weeds and I like that side where the funniness comes out of it, and they find things amusing that they'll just start laughing at something. I just find that laugh really. That's social, but I think the people who just, oh Jesus, there's some people, there's a few YouTubers, mate, live ones, who they're just dedicated to it. And you hear them on live in the morning, and you think, fucking hell, they're stones already.
It's fucking mad, isn't it?
They all start talking, if you look, look, this is no disrespect to all you weed smokers. They all start talking as if they're professors at university. They know everything. They know the meaning of life, the fucking reason why the universe was created. They know every single world issue and how to solve it. They know what's going to happen. They know the future. And you just think, fuck me, that weed must be really good.
So is this people, though, that example there, Jim, would this be somebody who's been smoking weed for years and years, or someone who's just stoned? Because when
they're stoned, they're funny because, when someone's just stoned, they'll have that conversation they'll come out with something really unexpected.
Yeah.
But then they drop, but the proper stoners are just, they I don't know. There used to be a program called, was it Stones, a comedy program? I don't know whether it was on Netflix or something like that, but it was fucking brilliant. It was about a shop that sold weed, and the people that go in there and smoke it, and they used to have it was in a comedy program. You know what I mean? But it was so fucking funny. And that's
I've got a video, right? But probably people have probably seen it, right? So I've been watching a few videos today, like, and I've got them like ready to bring them on because I've actually learned how to do it now, Jim. Share screens and that.
Yeah.
So I've got this video of, like, it's called Old Men Get Stoned or something. It's a classic. And it's three blokes, and apparently they're on a stage and never been stoned before, never smoked a spliff. And they've got a bong, a spliff, something else. And it's the video of that. And it's these three different people just getting stoned while somebody's sort of interviewing them. Has anyone in the chat seen it? Because it's only 5 minutes long. It's funny.
Well, that would be really funny, and that's a good experiment to show somebody getting stoned.
Honestly, mate, this has had like 20 million views or something. It's like a classic, right? I'll see if I can bring it on now, mate. So I'm getting good.
How's everyone in
Hi
the
there,
chat?
my name's Robert. My name's Marvin.
I'm Graham, and I'd never smoked, but now I'm dying to try it.
What were the main reasons you guys never tried marijuana?
Well, the reason I never tried is because it was taboo, and the environment I was in was sort of a church environment, so we were never around it. It was never around us.
Never had the urge to, even though my friends were smoking and sniffing glue, paint. I just never had the urge to not even drink. I was just a happy-go-lucky guy all the time.
It's always been a negative thing in my mind, and I've never really wanted to jump off that particular bridge.
There's a lighter.
Huh. Paraphernalia. That's what they call it.
I would love for you guys to try the bong first.
What's this here? I'm more used to cigarettes, man. I try one of these things. Man.
Wow, it smells like a dead skunk, doesn't it?
Nasty.
This is weird.
You put your lips inside of this?
Yeah, you seal it.
It's like a porno thing.
Whoa. You's a smoker, man.
Here you go.
There's some smoke in there still, if you want to puff on it.
I don't even like this stuff, man, is what I'm saying. Got a cough to get high? Shit. Crazy. This is crazy, man.
This is being sponsored by Luden's Cough Drops, right?
5 minutes
I let
late.
my daughter know what I was going to do, and she goes, I can't believe you're going to do that, Dad.
I don't think it does anything to you, really. You sure this is not a placebo? Look, you know, you're like a fish in a bowl or something. You know, everybody's watching.
On the count of 3, we all swim up to the glass and make faces at them.
And turn the lights around on it.
Try it.
No,
Just take a
man.
light one.
I'm done. I drank a lot, and this has no comparison.
I think I'd rather do this than drink.
Cough the rest of your life?
Well, at least I know I could drive.
What would any of your parents think if they knew you guys were smoking weed?
My dad, if he was still alive, he would disown me.
Marvin, how did your family, when you were growing up, talk about drugs?
Well, they never talked about them, you know. My older brothers got caught up in it, and it messed them around. Some of them, you know, needles, things of that nature. So that kept me more and more away from that, you know, that kind of madness.
See if you can figure that out.
Looks space age. It's gonna, if it opens on either end, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of figuring. Push this end and it buzzed to, oh.
There you go.
Oh, it's changing colors. What is it, a flashlight?
Changed color.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a Pax vaporizer.
Yeah, oh, definitely. I definitely feel a little bit different after inhaling that thing there.
Never have I ever had a golden shower.
I don't even know what that is.
The golden shower is when you let yourself out and somebody stands over and pees on you.
Yeah, well, like a
And that's
water.
supposed to be fun for some people.
Yeah, well, not me.
You know, it's getting kind of hard to read. I feel like I felt. Oh, well, never mind what the hell I was going to say.
Talk to me, my friend. Shoot, you got
Just
flow.
yeah, just start. It'll flow.
Oh, what the hell was I going to say? My mouth feels like a mouth of peanut butter.
Is the lighter ringing now?
Oh no, I'm just really relaxed.
Okay.
Do you guys want some snacks right now?
What was that? Big news.
You guys believe in this afterlife?
Yeah, you go underground 6 feet deep. That's what I believe.
I believe that you have a soul.
Graham, how about you?
I don't think I heard anything you said.
We don't know how long the sun is going to last. I mean, it's a
There you
fireball.
go.
How long is
There
that
you
thing going
go.
to stay like it is? Is it real? I don't know. It feels real.
Pick up.
There you go.
Have you not
Let's
seen that
experiment
before,
that,
like, Jim?
No, I think
Yeah,
it's
right, I've got
experimental.
someone I've got someone in the background here, but I can't see who the fuck it is. Why? Hang on a minute.
Have you been smoking?
Yeah, I've had a couple of one skinners, haven't I?
was going to say, jump someone on the panel because I need to just go to this
Oh,
driving.
no, it's just you. It wasn't Jim, I'm stoned, it was you. It was because I brought that. You know what I'm still doing though, Jim? I'm still not sharing the page, right? You know how I brought that clip up? Because I screen recorded it earlier on, and it's the only way I can get anything on.
It works, mate, doesn't it?
It does, but you know, when I hear, like, I watch some lives and they're like, right, share, present, and I'm thinking, where's your share button? I haven't got one of them, man. Doesn't say share.
YouTube's got all professional now, hasn't it? All these channel makers with making documentaries and everything now.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that, I've got a stoner's cough.
You tried to pack the facts in not long ago, didn't you? You had to go with the vapes.
I've got a house full of vapes. Fuck you now, I've got every vape going.
Yeah.
Everybody's using them. They
I
let
bet
me
you
down.
haven't got that one, have you? Bet you haven't got that one.
What's that one?
7,000 puffs in that, mate.
It's like a fire extinguisher.
It's like a baby's bottle or something, right? 7,000 puffs to charge you up.
Yeah, that's why I went off them. They kept fucking running out of power and running out of fucking liquids, and I just think, I was going to fucking pop in the shop and get 20 cigarettes.
Well, something like that tastes as nice as the first puff I had on it, right? I've had it about a week, and it's just as strong. And I've only had to charge it up once. It's still disposable. Once the liquid runs out, it's gone. But it's lasted me over a week, that.
Do you know when you go to buy vapes, right, and they say what type, do you ever just say, just give me a normal one that tastes of fucking cigarettes, nicotine? Why is it? I think that's why
they do them, though. They do them.
I know, I think that's where I've gone wrong, because you get excited and go, oh, what have you got? And you go, like, got pineapple and mango, and oh, go on then. And I think to myself, why the fuck am I sitting here sucking a fucking pineapple, black currant and strawberry, and you don't sit at home smoking fucking fruit, do you?
Phil says, get stoned, Jim, then you can't be asked getting up for a ciggy.
Yeah, I can't fucking touch. Do you know what, mate? I can't even have a joint. I get drug tested too much. It's just fucking.
We were on about this before. This is something we've talked about before. Like, it's always a threat, though, isn't it? They never seem to go through with it. Our companies always say, "Oh, we're going to bring drug tests."
No,
never have.
I've worked for companies, mate, where it's immediately sacked. It's written in your contract. Yeah.
What? And that's random, Jim. Random.
Drug and alcohol. So if you're on any prescription medication, you have to inform them beforehand. So that's recorded. So if then you are tested and that shows up, that's fine. But if you're over the limit for alcohol or any type of drug that you haven't informed them of, it's immediate dismissal. If I'm on a contract and I've got subcontractors and any of them are tested, and I get heavily fined. So that's why we do daily random tests, and it's simple as that. We have to.
So you're saying we have to? Have you done that? How regular? When was the last time you did a drug test?
Last week.
Really?
Yeah, last Thursday.
Was that a piss test or was that
No, it's all done through saliva, through swabbing your mouth.
See, that's like, I don't know. Is it still like rare, or is a lot more doing it now?
I don't know, mate. It's hard to say, isn't it? It seems there's a lot more doing it, but then is it? I just don't know. There's a lot more.
It sounds to me like opening a can of worms, you know, with the way things are now with the law and stuff. People just go in the law if they get sacked, they're taking the company to court. It just seems like there's a lot to go wrong with it.
If the drug affects your performance, I think it's the right thing to do. So, for instance, if I drive my car when I'm pissed, the likelihood is I'm going to have an accident, or I may have an accident. Now, regardless of whether it's my fault or not, if I'm drunk, I shouldn't be in my fucking car, and I'd expect a heavy fine and whatever else comes with that. Know what I mean?
Totally agree with that. Totally agree with that. I'm on about the drugs, you know, like.
Well, now, if it's evidence,
weed.
if there's evidence out there that the drugs have the same effect as alcohol, and it does all that impairment, I'm for it, mate. If one of my family got knocked over by a drug driver, and I don't give a shit if it was just tested for marijuana or fucking heroin, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't, it's classed as a drug driver. I'd be after them. It's as simple as that. And I
know exactly what. I know what you mean,
now, because I think if you're gonna, if you do that, you've got to give up something, you know. And I know that sounds stupid. Look, if they ban smoking and say you can't smoke, and if you're caught smoking, you'll get fined and prosecuted and all that shit, I wouldn't smoke. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. Well, it's like that where I work, people smoke in the cars, me included, right? There's cameras all over. And that's one thing that they could say to me at work if I started being clever. They could say, well, we've got you on camera smoking, and make a big thing of it. You know?
When I was driving to work this morning, it was funny. I was listening to Nutter. I listened to his channel. Still listen to his channel if he's ever out there.
Yeah.
I just don't comment no more. Right, and
I'm the same, really.
He said exactly. He said, Nutter says, if he had the power, he would ban car parks from pubs. And he's right what he says, because if you go into a pub, the likelihood is you're going to have a drink, and yet some fucking pubs have got these huge car parks. And in a way, it encourages people to drink drive. It shouldn't be.
Well, I said this only last week about this. Now, my dad knew a guy, right, who could drink 8 pints, and he's been pulled over and passed a breath test. Right? Because everyone's different, and everyone's body's different. So really, they should just say you can't have 1 pint, you can't have anything if you drive. Nothing.
Look, they've got the technology for everything now. They've got the technology. They should put it in cars that the car engine won't start. You have to either blow into a fucking tube, and it detects whether you've been drugged, whether you're taking drugs or you're fucking drunk. And if it does, the engine shouldn't be able to start. And
do you think it'll ever come to that? Like, do you think it'll ever come to something like that?
Probably not, because sale of cars will go down, won't it? I don't know. You'd never know, do you? Look at the last few years. Everything's fucking changing. Look at your phone.
This is why
the government can put an app on your phone now without you even fucking knowing it. And yet, you know what I mean? It's out there, isn't it?
So what did this alarm thing that went on Sunday, did everybody just accept it then, yeah?
I think everyone had to accept it, didn't he? Didn't he not have an option?
Because I heard a few little stories, and I didn't know whether to believe them, from people on YouTube saying, I had one story that somebody declined it and then his internet didn't work for the rest of the night.
No, you can't decline it. From what I can work out, I couldn't switch the app off. The app was there. I tried to turn off the notification for it, and it would not let me turn off the notification on that app. When the alarm come through, I pressed OK, and then it asked me, it gave me the option, do I want to receive any further notifications, yes or no? So, but that was after the fact that I had to acknowledge the first. But they couldn't, no. People say their internet went off and the phones wouldn't work and all that. I think that's the conspiracy side. But look, it's on your phone, isn't it? Whether you like it or not.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to think, but talk the right person, because you've got to, have you got any squashies in the plugs?
You always got squashies. The hotels are getting onto it now. They've taken away all of these gimmicks. You walk into a lot of these hotels, you don't know what's fucking set up with them. It's not so much the hotels, it's these fucking perverts who fucking, you see that you've heard the stories and that, where they're videoing people and recording people. And especially nowadays, a lot of people...
What about these new tellies? They could easily slip a camera under the screen, couldn't they?
Well, I was talking about something the other day, and it was strange. I was talking about something, and when I clicked onto YouTube, my next 2 ads was what I was talking about.
I've had it. I've had it. I have it all the time, Jim. That's weird, isn't it?
Everything, everything's set up now to be listening and understanding and trends of what people are doing.
I knew this because I went round to my friend's house, who's also got a fire stick, right? And I had been talking about something, right, at home, something that had never been mentioned before ever. I went round with my mates and talking about it. He had his fire stick on, and an app, a recommended video come up. I was like, what the fuck? I was looking at that yesterday. How do you explain that?
Well, the Yanks said it years ago, didn't he? Didn't he try and ban technology from China? But it's impossible, isn't it? Because these are the countries that...
The 5G was all going to be Chinese. We're going to brawl our 5G, weren't they, and stopped it.
And a certain make a phone and stuff like that.
There's definitely something in it. There's definitely something in it. It's got to be listening to you. Well, they are listening to you, aren't they? Them Alexas and everything. It's crazy, man. Like 20 years ago, you used to be buzzing, like, you know, if you had like a game on your watch or something. Like a little game that you could play while you were bored. Now look at it. Man, you can just...
Well, I don't even... When I go to do all my expenses and at the end of the month, I don't even have to now record where I'm going. I just go onto Google, Air Maps, and it tells me every location I've been to.
Yeah. Same with murder. I watch a lot of murder cases and that. They're all solved with mobile phone now. Because you can't dispute it. They can pinpoint you anywhere in the world where you are, where you're going, just through a mobile phone.
Well, whether it's good or bad, so you just don't know. Depends on what it's used for, doesn't it? But if you've got fuck all to hide, it shouldn't really bother you.
Well, that's it, innit? That's it. But then he also asked the question, right? I said, do you think there's people in prison now serving life for something they didn't do?
Of course there is.
That could still happen now?
Yeah, it's still happening now. Yeah, of course it is. Jesus Christ.
How?
Corrupt police. Fucking hell, man. Biggest
for murder and stuff, though. For murder and stuff.
Look, mate. Organised crime. And I'm not talking about YouTube gangsters who want to meet people fucking halfway for a street fight, who actually think they're the top gangsters. Talk about proper organised crime. All have some fingers in, whether it's local government officials such as the police, and setting up and framing other people and innocent people is the easiest task if you're the person who's handling all the evidence. And the same for getting rid of evidence. Fucking hell, man. That was all the time. Won't change because did you see me bag of money the other day?
Yeah.
There you go. That bag of money wins you everything, mate. You turning up and you're getting a bag of money like in front of you like that. You're going to turn around and go, I don't know, I'll think about it. You ate your job.
Right. So
if I turn up with that bag of money for you and say, Moon, I want this guy framed, you will fucking find a way of framing him. And I'll say it's got to be really fucking like, or you're not getting that bag of fucking money. Trust me.
It's very right.
Well, I'm not saying that you're corrupt in any way, Moon. But that's what a bag of money is about, isn't it? That's what that fucking... The likelihood is you would never have a bag of money like that. You'd never see a bag of money like that. Because if it is, it wouldn't be for religious.
Yeah. So the thing is, right, Jim, no matter how much evidence there is in a court case, right, DNA, evidence, it's down to 12 strangers, isn't it? It's down to the jury, yeah? So, I don't know if he's still there, Jim. He's gone. Or the signal's gone or something. Yeah, so before I forget, don't let me forget someone. So it's all down to a jury at the end of the day, isn't it? It doesn't matter how good your barrister is. Them 12 people who you don't know are deciding. Now it's whether they're bending it. That's what they always go for, the jurors, don't they? They pay the jurors off, or they get to the jury, or people don't turn up with what do you call them? Witnesses don't turn up. And I think that's what money buys you. That's the way people get off. But what I'm saying is the opposite. The people are going down for something that clearly haven't done. And I'm not on about somebody who was there but they didn't kill them, but they were there at the instant. I'm talking about Joe Bloggs, who's got nothing to do with it, but he's getting done for a murder that he's got nothing to do with because, you know, there's some evidence somewhere that surely can't happen. Just can't still be happening. I know people can plant DNA. You can plant DNA, but it's not just about DNA. It's like I say, it's phone, your phone data and stuff and witnesses. Well, I do admit that it 10, 20 years ago even, I've been waiting all day, right? Louise is the first one to mention it, right? Went on the sunbed today because I've been feeling that shit about work and stuff. And like, just getting us down and everything. And I shouldn't be down like I've got Louise, right? Louise is brilliant, you know what I mean? And the daughter and my son, and I've got loads of stuff to be happy about, but it's been pissed me off that much that like when you look at yourself and you just look gaunt, you know. It's like, so I went on the sunbed today for 9 minutes, right? And I could, no lie, I was thinking, fucking hell, am I going brown as we were talking here? But nobody said it. For Louise's straight in. Have you had a spray tan? That is one thing I've never had. No one said it. Normally, Phil would have been in there like, fucking hell's it been sunny in Borough today? Or how many minutes have you done today, Mo? Or what shade of Saint Tropez that you've got? I know, yeah. You can tell me all about it though. 100%. Dying to know now. It's still hard to believe, like the amount of time I've been on it. Like, it's a classic case of fucking time flying by. Like. Big up Phil's pop. He's making me have a nice easy night. Phil Graham's the old man. Oh yeah, he's going purple lucky by the morning. I think must be a bit of jealousy there with the way he says I'm a little dig at me there. I think we all know the one, don't we? You know what I mean? Get the stick, poor fella. I bet he's had a lifetime of it. Since Phil could talk, he's been ripped people. I swear down, right? I swear down, right? I'll admit that since I've been sat here, because you know, like all the people who go to tanning booths and that, like Northern King calls it a tanning booth. He gets all the accelerator sprays and all that. And I think he's been having them, you know, the drinks, the tanning drinks as well. But yeah, I've just got one of these skins, right, where I don't think I am, but dark, like a little bit dark skin, you know, a bit of something there. Don't know what. But literally 9 minutes on the sunbed, and like I can seriously It looks like orange, but it's not. It's not like fake or anything. It's not fake. I wouldn't. I remember the one time that I used some fake tab. I told Louise about it only last week. I think I was in my 20s. Someone used to go out with my mates playing snooker on a 1 or 2 nights a week. Stupidly, I'd put some on before I went out with 3 of my mates, who were all like Phil Graham, by the way. And where's the worst place to be when you put a load of fake tan on? Think about it. In a snooker hall where when it's your shot, basically everyone's looking at you. You've got a bright light on you. And as I was playing snooker, I was getting browner and browner. I was thinking, I couldn't see it because I couldn't see it, you know what I mean? But my face was all streaky, right? By the end of that snooker thing, they didn't even tell me because it was that funny. They didn't want me to like go home or anything. And when I got in, I seen state of me. Honestly, man, I'll never use that. I'll never put it on my face anywhere. Don't encourage Louise, right? Tan injections, man. That's bad, that, you know. That's bad, man. Bad man thing, that. It's the roofers are the best, are they? The builders and the brickies and that. You see the colour of them. Like in the summer, hell. So King, what you say, King? So do we not get skies like you do over Penshaw Monument over here? No? You're saying that you couldn't produce a couple of photos of the sky in Borough for your community page, you know? Have you got your dad with you there, mate? Your dad feel left out there, bro. poor Phil Graham Senior. Don't lie, Louise. But you have to go to Rosemary Top. Even at Rosemary Topping, man, when you get halfway up, you're above the clouds in the Borough. It's like a different world, man. It's like your lung capacity increases by about 1%. It's not that bad, you know, now, the smog. We don't have, ICI it's gone now. Okay. We don't have no chemical plants left, actually. It's all recycling stuff. British Steel's gone. You know that there's land, right, where British Steel used to be near Redcar, right? Anyone who knows the area. So British Steel, I think there was two British Steel plants in the country. One was in Wales. I think that shut down as well. But the one in Borough employed basically 2,000 or 3,000 people, all from that area. And it has for years and years and generations. But it's closed down now. And it was because it was a furnace. The blast furnace, right? It took something like 2 or 3 years to cool down from when they turned it off. 2 or 3 years for it to cool down so they could do anything with it, like touch it, knock it down. So they all got made redundant, and the land now is the most expensive bit of land in the whole country. Because of what it is and where it is situated, like in the northeast, for like exports and stuff. That land there is the prime land. I've heard a few times. I think the Chinese owned British Steel thing. So the Middlesbrough Council, obviously, when British Steel went bankrupt, went closed down, the Chinese were still claiming the land because they knew how expensive it was going to be, how much it worth. But Middlesbrough Council, I'm not sure whether they're still at war with the Chinese owners now, whether as to who owns the land, because it's a game changer. Like it's billions, man. Remember that. You know, there's something a couple of years ago, and it only happens, or it's only happened once before, that something happened with the tide at Redcar, and it washed up all this mad, not even sure what they were, but they looked like dead trees, you know, dead tree stumps, but they're all entwined together. And it washed up on it must have always been there. The sands all covered it. But for some reason, it got exposed. It made the news all over. Weird thing on the beach. I can't remember what it was at the end. Oh, that's not nice, that. Like. I know I'm in the bad books, but that's not nice, that. Like. I'm a good cook. I am a good cook. She doesn't give me the chance to cook. You know what I mean? Could you let him have a late night for once? I won't be on much longer anyway. Louise will divorce me. So we'll have another 10 minutes. We'll have another 10 minutes. Might as well. You know that what's the saying? You know when you're already in loads of trouble. What's the saying? Phil, you'll know. You always get told off. It's like with our Jim there, Zeus. I haven't spoken to him for a while, but you've as much as I know Jim on here, or I think I know him, I still don't know when he's winding me up or not. He's still good at the old wind ups. I would block her if I could at this point. She's got a super spanner. Yeah, I'm laughing now. I won't be laughing in about 10 minutes, right? It's because she's really wanting to know where I've had the spray tan done. Look at that, right? Remember that? You seen it earlier on where I done the flavours. I don't think Louise seen it yet, but I done my flavours impression, Louise, and I got told that is like Phil. What do you reckon, mate? He's like, look at the crystals in it. Still haven't worked these cameras out like. It's like it's come straight out of flavours jar. Does that look all right there? Yeah. I said before I could get done. Like say I not that I do this, but I'm using this as just as a scenario. Like if I had to go meet someone on the corner, they could drop me a little 20 back. Look at this. You're getting as bad as Phil Gray, are we, man? I've told you I'm a little bit depressed. Being honest with you, man. This is what happens. You could call it. Could be described as a midlife crisis. I'm surprised that Phil hasn't jumped on that one. I think I'm having a midlife crisis. Seriously. I'm playing it out live. Midlife crisis live. That's what I should change this to. And I'm not getting any sympathy off anyone, to be honest. Just getting fucking grief. You know what I'm saying? But apparently apparently Rolly, one Skinners are all right. They don't count. Oh, I feel let down, Phil, that you have brought that one up before. Midlife crisis thing. Maybe you're losing your mantle there, the big G, the flip flopper. Oh, Gab B, sorry, my mate. Gab B, I did see you there. Big up the Gab B. Big up the Scottish. Big up Ken, whoever Ken is in Scotland. Everyone's called Ken. Sick of Scottish people asking me, do you Ken? I'm like, I don't fucking know Ken. Bring it on, man. Bring it on. It's giving you plenty of ammunition. You know what I mean? The ammunition's there, mate. You know, I've got a wise old head on these shoulders. That tan is bad though, isn't it? Let's just have another look at that. Jesus Christ. Don't want to get too close to the camera. Don't know when it's going to stop. Thing was, right, I'll just tell you a little tale, right? This is the God's honest truth, right? So my sister was getting married, yeah, and the stag do of a future husband. His stag do was in Blackpool for the weekend, right? Going on a Saturday morning, a minibus on a Saturday morning to Blackpool, all dressed up, right? Fancy. He was in a dress. They dressed him up, and coming back on the Sunday night. So anyway, I remember the week before, about 2 or 3 days before, this was going on the Saturday morning. So maybe Wednesday or Thursday, I'm at work, right? Bearing in mind, I've worked with tools and hammers and everything you can think of, right? All my life, and I've only ever had a black fingernail once, right? Once, you know, when you twat your fingernail goes black. Everyone else is getting them every other day. Me, in 30 odd years, never had one, right? Well, I've only had one, sorry. So this is 2 or 3 days before we're going to Blackpool. I'm at work. Twatted my finger, didn't I? It's that one, twatted that one, right? Thought, oh my God, that fucking hurt, right? Anyway, I got up the next day and it was throbbing. It went black, right? So come the Friday, I had a big black throbbing finger, right? That was just causing me loads of grief. On the Friday night, I went on the sunbed in this place over the road. It was a hairdresser's at the time. Didn't tell me that it was a brand new sunbed, right? But they literally had it like a day or two. So I went on for like 9 minutes. Got on and it didn't even seem that hot or anything. But afterwards, right, I got home and I could like feel my face going red, like skin tight. I'm not kidding you. I basically had like 3rd-degree burns on my body. I couldn't lift my arms up like that because, you know, in shoulders here, it was all like, it all dried the skin and I couldn't lift it. I was red raw. So the night before I go to Blackpool, I had a big throbbing black finger and I had 3rd-degree burns and I still went to Blackpool as well. Yeah. Please, everyone, go and sub to Mrs. Boone. Great shots. Brilliant lass. Brilliant. Brilliant at everything. Brilliant at everything. Funny. Just great all rounder with a great channel. So give us up because they're just on 500 on now. Yeah, so that was my story about the sunbed thing. But I don't know if this tan keeps accelerating at this rate. Probably won't even recognise us tomorrow. I'll have to do. It's like what my mates, said. He started seeing this lass, right, and she had brown teeth. You know, teeth are all brown. And I said to her, I said, you should keep your mouth shut when you're on the sunbed. She didn't like that one, like. The worst one there. It's the worst thing, right? We've all done it and we've all trapped our foot or we've all kicked the door with no slippers on in the middle of the night or something. But the thought of trapping your finger in like a heavy door in your house is just not worth thinking about, is it? But the other week I was watching Dragon's Den, right? I don't know if anyone else watches Dragon's Den. But I was watching that and one of the entrepreneurs, right, come on with this basically, right, all it was a bit of string with a hook on it, right, and like a dangly like doorstop thing dangling off this string, right, and what you did, you hung it over your door, right, and the weight of it went in between, you know, where your thumb would be if you got your finger if your door got so this thing stopped the door closing. And his selling point was about kids. He was trying to say that toddlers can't trap the fingers indoors with this bit of string with a weight on the end, like a plum weight. And that's what it was. That was his invention, right? But it was genius. It was a bit of fucking string with a hook. And if that's going to save you from ever trapping your fingers in the door or a baby trapping fingers in the door, and I don't know how much he was asking for it, like, but I don't think they invested in it either. Yeah, I'm guessing nobody was even listening to any of that. No, I wouldn't. I would have this one Skinner, and I'm going to wrap it up. But it has been fun, I admit. It's two quite funny lives we've had in the last few days. Yeah, you know what, Kelvin? When your fingernail falls off, when it goes black, like you lose your fingernail, don't you? It never grows back the same. It's like titanium, that fingernail, compared to the others. But it has like, it's never grown back properly. But it is like, I don't think you could do it again. Like, I don't think, because I think the nail is that tough now. Don't think you could damage it. It's been a while since I've had 8 Kelvin messages in a row there. You know what, as well? Been pretty good, right? Like, he hasn't took advantage of the situation, unlike Phil. Say that, Phil, you've been working on your own tonight, mainly. You did have a little bit of help earlier with the Northern Lord, as he's called now. But yeah, we did talk about weed for a little bit. It was just, it was a spontaneous thing, to be honest. If it gets too bright, if my tan gets too dark or it's like affecting you, just tell us and I'll like try and turn the lights down a little bit. The tunes that might not shine as much. TNL, it hasn't got the same ring to it, has it, mate? I'm not going to pursue that. I'll just call you it now and again. Got like a private joke. Although what you've got to remember, King, is that people in this chat don't forget a thing. You can't say, you know, they'll drop something in a month after the incident, you know. Usually something to do with One Stop and stealing and Batman slippers, Adidas tracksuits. Shit like that. One Skidders. After this live, Kings have put that's where he's been. He's been writing an advert out for a joint roller. He's gonna put it in the journal tomorrow. Spliff roller wanted for heavy spliff head. Must have a good sense of humor and must like dressing gowns and must be able to go to Greg's every day. Got a limousine, mate. I didn't think he got a limousine. Was that a myth? Norris having a limo. Is that a myth, or am I imagining that? Have I seen Norris or heard Norris say that he has an old limousine or something like that? Yeah, Greg's is be at the top of the list, won't it? What did you do before Greg's? I'm more of a, I don't know if you'll have them round your way, King. Couplands. There's Couplands up your way. 4 sausage rolls. It used to be 4 sausage rolls for £1, but due to this price increase and everything, now it's gone up to, I think it's £1.40 now. But I'm not going to lie, like, Greggs are nice. Like, if I had the choice, I'd go to Greggs every time. Like, but I'm not paying Greggs prices. You know me, I'm really sensible with my money and that. Especially with us being on the dole and whatever. Is it really Couplands or Greggs? I know Greggs is a Geordie firm. Do you reckon the bloke who owns Greggs, yeah? Do you reckon he's in the top 100 richest people? Is it you're talking big money there? Yeah, that as well. Yeah, that felt. Well, it's true, innit? It's true. Couplands is. Yeah, the Northerners are getting a reputation for pastries, aren't they? No. Yeah, he is, man. Northern King, right? Just a little one before I go. Did you have a look, or did you, Phil, have a look at that JCB's new JCB Golf and Country Club, where my mate went yesterday? Honestly, have a look at that website, mate. They have spent some money on that, man. Spent some money on that. I wouldn't even like to think how much it cost to build that golf course and all the things that go with it, all the hospitality and everything. We'll go there if you want, Phil, when we have this game of golf. We'll go there. You get that show in, and I'll get the next one in. That's the way we do it, in the borough. So I'll leave that down to you, mate. Get it booked. JCB Golf and Country Club, Toxeter. It's only a few £100 around. I think you get breakfast in with that, though. Cost it's free, man. The king just jumped up out of his recliner chair there. He nearly knocked his cup of cocoa over. Oh, peas pudding, are you winding me up? Come on, man. I'm from the north, and I can't stand peas pudding. Don't even know what it is, to be honest. Phil, that'll be all me Christmases come at once, that. So, I've just had my 50th birthday. You missed a perfect opportunity there, mate. But yeah, man, serious, like, what am I think on my bucket list, if I'd say the Masters, I'd love to play the Masters. That's never going to happen. I'd love to play on the Masters course. That's never going to happen. But one that I think is possible is Valderrama. Valderrama in Spain. It's a lot more possible than Augusta anyway, given my age. Yeah, man. 110%. Like, I haven't seen my mates but I'll catch him probably next week sometime at work. But I'm sure he'll have plenty to say about it. There's a good one round here. Owned by Steve Gibson, you know, the borough chairman. Rockcliffe Park, it's called. It's where the borough training ground is, and they've got a cracking course there. I've never played it, but pretty exclusive. I'll have to start finding balls again, won't I, for Phil? Oh, we've got a newcomer. Got a newcomer just as I'm finishing as well. Messi, spelt Messi. You just got one, mate. Everyone in you gets a shout out with him, man. I'm sure Greg was in here earlier. Do you know Messi? It's like that one that popped up in banters today. Half a bar. Just laughing my head off, man. Especially when Banter said, "Does anyone know half a bar?" Half a bar. Or Dan Gleeballs has been about as well. He's on one on someone's earlier. Dan Gleeballs. I totally do, Phil. But when your wife's gonna when you're already don't know whether you're gonna wake up in the morning, you know what I mean? It's already that 10 minutes has already turned into 16. Fucking hell, right? I am going to wrap it all up here, and if I do get to see you again or talk to you again, or if I don't, it's been nice knowing you, and I'll catch you whenever I'm allowed to next. God knows when that'll be like. We have a look. Terrible at this time. Sorry for the people who were in the other night who have to listen to this again. I know Knock Dog enjoyed it though.
Since I was younger, I've had the hunger to fill up my lungs with marijuana, cause I wanna never go younger. I wanna stay on top, smoking the pop, producing hip hop. But the haters wanna stop me, but I'll never stop. My lyrics got epic shit. Twisted vicious, nothing vicious, something make me come suspicious. This is written under the influences of my medicine, so I suggest that you just pass the bong and then let me hit this. Bubbling bong, but I'm drunk, getting utterly wrong. People say it shouldn't be done, why do they try to be kind of a fun? I like a microphone with me whenever I like to cone, you see, cause when I hear a note I beat, whenever I may be smoking weed, depending on the potency, it helps to be a pro MC. Nobody can hold this piece of poetry in full belief. Whether you be close to me or even if you're overseas, I'll gladly say this openly, I'm taking over globally. I'll get round to it one of these days. It's a factor, lyrically I am a pro, I'm the master, nobody can deny me my flow. You better pasta, marijuana around the microphone, you know I'm in the zone when I'm smoking the homegrown. I'm smoking grasper, smoking it in quarters a pound, and when it's packed up, with bitches in the baseline sound, you can act up, this ain't addictive and satisfying when you're living in the life of a Rastafarian. I'm a veteran, inevitably better than anyone with a shred of evidence of being excellent. Haters be hesitant, messing with the president, evidently that's me, never be bad to anyone till they turn nasty.
I think calmly, don't wake up till 3:30. So really I've only got half a day to get angry. There ain't no plan B, smoking the gang see me ripping these lyrics whenever I smoke to a damn beat. The heart beats whenever my pen and pad meet. It's hard see for you to ever understand me. I have weed in the pocket by my arse cheek, but last week I lost it within the car seat. It had me very angry, and if you see me on the streets, don't ask me if you can have some from me. You even offer money, and know if I'm with a mate, it don't mean you can have threes. Fuck it, go on then. Hurry up, hurry up. It's a factor, lyrically I am a pro. I'm the master, nobody can deny me my flow. You better pasta, marijuana around the microphone. You know I'm in the zone when I'm smoking the homegrown. I'm smoking grasper, smoking it in quarters of pounds. And when it's backed up, with bitches and the bassline sound, you can act up. This ain't addictive and satisfying when you're living in the life of a Rastafarian. You shouldn't smoke weed, it's bad for your memory. And if you are an MC, well then you are gonna be arguably the biggest failure in our family tree. Hard to believe actually, ain't my dad in this tree. People be criticizing, but don't be dissing until you've tried it. Anyone who has, they can't deny that life is nicer, flying higher. Plenty of lyricists that I know got wicked records and they smoke the dope. I guess I get better with every talk, but my ex got better with every bloke. When is the beat right ahead of me, yo? I get setting them many and enemy go. My enemy deadly, so enemies know. I'm not threatening you, I'm just letting you know. Nobody can get ahead of me though. I'm open to challenges, let it be known. Step up to me and I'm ready to blow. I'm like a time bomb with a second to go. Domination, on the mic I cause annihilation. I kill with lyrical assassination. I get a feel cause it's a fascination. And half the nation's admirations aimed at fucking fashion statements. Spot this rap sensation about to make a mass invasion. Eventually anyway. It's a factor, lyrically I am a pro. I'm the master, nobody can deny me my flow. You better pasta, marijuana around the microphone. You know I'm in the zone when I'm smoking the homegrown. I'm smoking grasper, smoking it in quarters of pounds. And when it's backed up, with bitches and them bassline sounds, you can act up. This ain't addictive and satisfying when you're living in the life of a Rastafarian. Rastafarian, living in the life of a Rastafarian. Rastafarian.
Thanks everyone. Thanks as always.